Ethiopian scarf.
Yeah, exactly. And Omar. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, dear delegate representative of governmental member states, dear participants, children, if we have with us. Good morning also the Chief of Delegation, His Excellency Mr. Mehretebe Fesehaye, and all the delegation of Eritrea, all the members of the delegation. I want also to welcome to you for this 47th session of the ACERWC of the committee. And also I want to welcome to His Excellency Benyam, Chargé d'Affaires at the embassy. So, as you know, we have a procedure concerning this constructive dialogue. I don't know if you hear me. Your Excellency, are you here with us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning once again.
Good morning.
And welcome to the 47th session of the ACERWC. All my sincere congratulations for you for the submission of your report. And now we proceed with the constructive dialogue. We'll begin with your introductory remarks for 15 minutes. After that, you have some debate, discussion, and the questions from the country rapporteurs and the members, honorable members of the committee. We can give you after this first round of questions, we can give you 15 minutes to arrange and to organize your question or your answers and your discussion. And after we proceed with the second round of questions and debate, and we can give you another 10 minutes or 15 minutes to organize your answers, and we will proceed with discussion. So you have the floor now. You can begin with your introductory remarks, and you can also introduce your, I think, 15 members of the delegation, and we appreciate this representation of your delegation. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me start with introducing the participants of this session. For convenience sake, let me start to introduce the people who are on my right. Mr. Petros Hailomaram, the Director General of Research and HRD at the Ministry of Education. Mr. Hailu Asfa, Director of Research at the Ministry of Education. Madam Salmait Lijam and Salmait Mahari from the National Union of HR Women, Mr. Waldesus Elisa and Mr. Johannes Michael from the Department of Labor at the Ministry of Labor and Social Welfare. And let me continue those who are on my left to introduce. Dr. Abdelrahman Taswatian, who is the Director General of the Department of Public Health at the Ministry of Health. Dr. Araya Berhane, who is the Director of Communicable Disease Control at the Ministry of Health. Both Natnae Zakarias and Almaz Irgalum are from the Africa Union Desk at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Both Siam Iyasu and Fevan Yamane are legal advisors at the Ministry of Justice. So thank you very much. If you allow me, I can start with my opening statement. Yes, it goes without saying that His Excellency Mr. Binyam Berhe, who is the Charge d'Affaires at the African Union, and our embassy in Addis is part of the delegation, and we are honored to be joined by him as well. Let me start with my opening statement. Honorable Sabrina Aghar, Chairperson of the African Charter Experts on Rights and Welfare of the Child, distinguished members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the delegation of the government of the state of Eritrea, I'm honored to address this opportunity, African Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. My delegation wishes to express its sincere appreciation for the opportunity to engage in this constructive and direct dialogue with the distinguished experts of the committee. We attach great importance to this engagement and are confident that it will serve to clarify any outstanding issues arising from the consideration of the Eritrea's Force Periodic Report under the African Charter on Rights and Welfare of the Child. As a comprehensive written report, together with a detailed response to the list of issues, has already been submitted. This brief statement attempts to present a synopsis synthesized from that report, focusing on key priorities, recent development, and areas of measurable progress, while also candidly acknowledging persistent challenges. Honorable Chairperson, Eritrea remains steadfast in its commitment to the protection and promotion of the rights and welfare of children. This commitment is grounded in a legal and institutional framework that guarantees non-discrimination and affirms the equal entitlement of every child to dignity, protection, and opportunity. Children's rights are upheld through a justice system that is accessible, culturally relevant, and restorative. Eritrea's legal framework explicitly prohibits all forms of discrimination, affirming that every child is entitled to rights and liberties without exception. Central to the country's current efforts is the principle that justice must remain accessible and proximate to people, ensuring that legal protection are not distant geographically, financially, or culturally. In this context, as part of the latest strategic plan, the Ministry of Justice has undertaken a comprehensive assessment of community-level justice by introducing a model of community conciliation councils. These councils, composed of respected community members, prioritize dialogue, mediation, and reconciliation over adversarial litigation. This is particularly beneficial for children and families as it addresses disputes such as inheritance or family disagreements in a way that preserves social cohesion and prevents the trauma often associated with formal court proceedings. At the same time, it's important to underscore that such mechanisms don't in any way limit the right of individuals to formal judicial remedies. Eritrea's legal framework strictly prohibits all forms of violence against children, including corporal punishment and sexual offenses, and imposes stringent penalties for such violations. The country's justice system continues to prioritize rehabilitation and non-custodial measures for children in conflict with the law, ensuring that they are treated in a manner consistent with their age and dignity. To ensure these efforts take root, the Ministry of Justice is expanding national legal awareness campaigns to inform the public of their responsibilities and to protect vulnerable children. We are currently in a phase of learning from existing communal practice to build a national framework that's both consistent and respectful of local traditions. The government of the state of Eritrea is steadfast in its commitment to the ACERWC. By integrating modern legal protections with community-based conciliation, we are building a justice system that is not only a function of the state but a living social practice rooted in the safety and well-being of all children. Honorable Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, Eritrea has made steady progress in strengthening institutional coordination for the implementation of child protection and social protection programs. The coordination of implementation reporting of child protection and social protection programs at the national, zonal, subzonal, and the administrative districts levels is delivering more efficient and effective results in the undertaking of such measures that look after the rights of women and children. In addition to already existing national coordinating committee, 6 zonal, 67 subzonal, and 701 administrative districts committees have been established and they have been instrumental in the implementation of the ACERWC. Partnerships between government institutions and civil society organizations have also been strengthened, contributing to service delivery and broader outreach. Children's participation remains a key principle for our approach. Youth representatives are actively included in sub-zonal women and child rights committees, ensuring that children's perspectives are reflected in local decision-making process. Public awareness initiatives have been widely implemented in 2025 alone. Over 739,000 individuals participated in seminars and workshops on issues related to the rights and welfare of children. Training programs have also been conducted for law enforcement personnel, community leaders, and women, enabling the creation of informed and capable community sectors, actors. Eritrea is also making evidence-based progress in tackling harmful practices. A community mapping exercise conducted in southern Eritrea across 11 subzones covering 329 villages and over 70,000 households indicates that approximately 45.6% of southern villages are now free from the practice of female genital mutilation. 4 subzones have declared themselves free of this practice, while others are approaching the threshold. This progress reflects sustained community engagement, awareness raising, and the promotion of positive social norms. In parallel, community-based reunification program for orphans as well as program for vulnerable and children families of martyrs and those affected by HIV continue to expand. The Ministry of Labor and Social Welfare, in collaboration with all government and civil society organizations, has made significant strides in supporting vulnerable population. The Ministry of Labor and Social Welfare Strategic Plan focus, among others, on hosting and supporting the most vulnerable, including children, women, and persons with disabilities. Efforts to promote the rights and welfare of children with disabilities is composed of representatives from the village administration, the news and disabled members of village members in 67 sub-regional administration have been continuing sensitizing programs with the intention of promoting equal access to resources and opportunities for persons with disabilities, including children with disabilities. The The specific objectives have been improving the livelihoods of children with disabilities and their families, promoting the welfare of children with disabilities by providing school materials, orthopedic appliances, and other means of mobility, mainstream children with disabilities in secondary schools. The updated comprehensive national policy for persons with disabilities will developed in 2015 has been translated into a local language so that the general public will easily comprehend the provisions of the policy document. This marks a significant step in ensuring that children with disabilities enjoy their full rights. While extensive efforts have been made since the signing of the ACERWC, at the same time we recognize that challenges remain, particularly in enjoying adequate housing for persons with severe disabilities and expanding access to mobility aids. These areas continue to receive focused attention. Honorable Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, Eritrea has made sustained progress in improving children's health and survival over the past 2 decades. Under-5 mortality has declined from 39.1% per 31.1 per 1,000 live births in 2020 to 33.8 in 2025, reflecting continued progress in addressing preventable causes of child mortality. Immunization remains a cornerstone of these gains. Coverage rates stand at 97% for Penta 3 and 99.5% for measles containing vaccines with near elimination of zero-dose children. These achievements were maintained even during the COVID-19 pandemic. Eritrea has further strengthened its immunization platform by introducing new vaccines and expanding its schedule. Meningitis A in 2017, the HPV vaccines were introduced in 2022 and in August 2025. The country added the hepatitis B first dose vaccine to prevent vertical transmission, positioning Eritrea to move beyond control towards elimination of vaccine-preventable infections to align with global goals, including the triple elimination of transmission of HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis B. Maternal health outcomes have also improved significantly. The maternal mortality ratio has declined from 668 per 100,000 live births in 2000 to 291 in recent 40 cycles, contributing to the improved health of neonates. This progress is underpinned by near universal first ANC attendance 99% in 2024 and an increase in skilled birth attendance 4% in 2024, the expansion of comprehensive emergency obstetric and newborn care to almost 95% of hospitals. Maternity waiting homes have been scaled up, and targeted investments in regional and community hospitals have strengthened timely access to life-saving care for pregnant women and mothers with complications and neonates, particularly those living in remote and hard-to-reach areas. Eritrea's HIV response has moved from a generalized to a low-level epidemic with near elimination of vertical transmission. HIV positivity among women tested declined from 0.18% in 2050 to 0.3% in 2024, and among young people aged 15 to 24 years who accessed HIV testing service, the positivity rate was 0.05% in 2025, one of the lowest in the region. Eritrea believes it has met the criteria for elimination of multiple transmission of HIV and is engaging with regional bodies for validation and certification. These health gains are underpinned by strong primary health care, financial protection, and community-based programs. Unfortunately, 70% and 80% of the population now serve 5 kilometers for functioning health facilities and services for major communicable and key non-communicable needs are provided free of charge. Integrated child health strategies such as IMNHI, ICCM, reach hundreds of thousands of beneficiaries, while national sanitation efforts are targeted towards consolidating the efforts of human care, immunization, and nutrition interventions of child survival and nursing. India towards its 2030 goals. Honorable Chairperson, education remains a cornerstone of international development strategy. Include the systematic delivery of quality learning across the nation. The Ministry of Education has launched the Education Sector Plan 2026-2030, while Eritrea, like many developing nations, continues to journey towards fully realizing the short-term development goals, we have made significant strides. Our primary objective remains ensuring that every child completes high-quality primary education while substantially increasing national literacy. Today, we are proud to report that the net enrollment rate at the elementary level has reached 1.7%. Furthermore, the impact of our sustained investments is even more evident. Data from UNESCO's Institute for Statistics for 2018 indicates that adult literacy currently stands at approximately 76.6%, while youth literacy age 15 to 24 has reached an impressive 93.3%. These figures represent a monumental leap from 1990 levels when adult and youth literacy rates were estimated to be 30% and 61% respectively. The government of Eritrea remains steadfast in its commitment to both equity and quality. Over the past 5 years, we have strategically targeted the 4 lowland regions. These areas characterized by their remoteness and semi-pastoralist communities represent our most hard-to-reach populations. Consequently, the government has focused on targeted resource delivery for remote administrations and renewed emphasis on nomadic education for migratory communities, the expansion of inclusive education. The support of all national associations is working to ensure that children with special needs are fully integrated into the country's educational framework. To enhance learning outcomes at all levels, the ministry is undertaking a comprehensive review of school curriculum, intensified programs, and strengthened institutional management. Following a recent national consultation with key stakeholders, we identified a critical need to address foundational gaps in literacy and numeracy. At the right level methodology. This nationwide initiative will be implemented first, beginning with 300 pilot schools before scaling to 50% for elementary schools, including non-formal and special needs centers. By the third year, the program will be full nationwide implementation. Recognizing that the foundation of success begins in the early years, the government has dramatically expanded pre-primary education. In the 2025-2026 academic year, we successfully opened 100 new primary schools and deployed 5,000 newly recruited teachers to staff them. This investment ensures that our children are prepared for the rigors of primary school and beyond, fostering a stronger human capital base for the nation's future. Eritrea believes education extends beyond the classroom and promotes the holistic development of the child. To foster physical well-being and social cohesion, the government has invested heavily in constructing playgrounds and sport fields with school facilities training specialized physical education teachers and hosting final national school competitions. Simultaneously, we continue to nurture a robust sense of heritage within our diverse society. Through arts and civic education, the establishment of student clubs, and participation in cultural festivals, we encourage our youth to engage deeply with the rich cultural milieu of Eritrea. Honorable Chairperson, so these strategic pillars of access, equity, and quality, Eritrea continues to build a resilient education system capable of meeting the challenges of the future. Honorable Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, efforts to improve water access, food security, and nutrition are also contributing to child well-being. Extensive works on building dams have been undertaken to provide sustainable, safe water supplies within a range of communities. Agricultural products are now diversified not only in rainy season but also throughout the year through irrigation farming. The Women Integrated Household Package was reviewed by the Ministry of Agriculture, which encourages household agricultural products to enhance food and nutrition security of children from the farm. This approach embraces the production of different grains, vegetables, fruits, and cow for milk and 2 beehives per family are present 79% and 95% of the rural population certainly have access to safely managed drinking water. Women play a central role in these initiatives, including the promotion of locally produced supplements. Agriculture programs are also contributing to improve dietary diversity and livelihoods. The Ministry of Marine Resources has been expanding productive freshwater fishing in the dams being constructed in the different regions of the country. Women are the primary beneficiaries of this scheme. They are trained in fishing preparation, fish dishes, and needs of their village near markets. This initiative will help in improving the feeding regimes of the people in general and children. Honorable Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, Eritrea affirms unwavering commitment to the full implementation of government on the rights and welfare of the child. We approach this dialogue in a spirit of openness, mutual respect, and constructive engagement. We remain committed to building on our progress, addressing this challenge, and ensuring that every child enjoys their full rights and potential. My delegation stands ready to engage with the committee, carefully consider its observations, and to benefit from its guidance. We look forward to a fruitful and productive dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Mehritebi Fisehayi, for your introductory remarks. And now we will proceed with the first round of questions. I will give the floor to Honorable Anne Masiwa. He is the country reporter of the government of Eritrea. So he will give us and give you the remarks concerning your periodic and second periodic report. Your Honorable Anne Masiwa, the floor is yours. Just before you begin, I just want to raise and to give you one remark concerning the presentation of after that of your distinguished delegation. Please try to speak closely to the mic so our interpreters can do well their job well. Thank you. Floor, Honorable Anne Masiwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of the committee, and His Excellency, the head of delegation of Eritrea. Allow me to stand on the already established protocol. Allow me also to join my chairperson in welcoming you, the delegation of Eritrea, here forth before us to present your fourth periodic report. I would also just want to highlight that as committee, we applaud the government for the efforts we are putting in towards the realization of children's rights in Eritrea. And just to assure you that this is a dialogue which we are hoping that is going to be constructive, sustainable, and is expected also to give solution-oriented results. I'll start off with the first cluster. I've got several questions, and these questions are based on the responses which Eritrea gave to us when we sent in follow-through questions subject to you having submitted your report. The committee takes note of the state's responses under legislative and policy framework. My first question around that is that given that the Comprehensive Child Policy of 2016 was adopted a decade ago, do you believe a formal review is needed for that to reflect on global shifts such as climate change impacts on children's rights, evolving family structures, and the rise of digital concerns? In your view, would these areas be crucial for inclusion in a revised policy? Have there been specific legislative reforms that have been undertaken within the reporting period with the intention of incorporating all the provisions of the African Children's Charter into domestic law? If so, can copies or links to the relevant legislation be availed to the committee? Referencing to the responses given to follow-up questions on coordination and monitoring, the state's response on independent monitoring and complaints mechanism is that there is no dedicated national children's ombudsperson or commissioner specifically concerned with children's rights, and children whose rights have been violated access the legal system through courts, police units administrative grievance procedure. Given that children must navigate the general legal system according to your response without a dedicated child rights commissioner, how does the state address the fact that this approach can be intimidating, complex, and often inaccessible for children, potentially discouraging them from seeking justice and exacerbating their vulnerability? The committee congratulates and commends the state of Eritrea for embarking on a project of establishing a centralized national data system on children, that is Child and Social Protection Information Management System. This is a national repository from multiple sectors. How feasible is it for the state to later add other indicators which might not be in this system? In other words, is the repository fixed or is flexible for the state to add other variables for purposes of monitoring and to inform policy? I'm looking at variables which are collected under administrative data in this case. For an example, indicators or variables around violence against the children, children without parental care, children in conflict with the law, and in cases of child marriage. In relation to disaggregated data, the committee notes a positive plan to strengthen coordination and collaboration with national, regional, and global stakeholders through the establishment of a national statistical system. Normally, such a system uses data from periodic surveys. To what extent will administrative data be incorporated as it is missed in the child and social protection system? Is it going to be a hybrid approach, and will it be feasible for the state? Under definition of the child, the committee applauds the government of the state of Eritrea for amending the legal age of marriage to 18 years, thus rendering child marriage illegal. In light of the amendment setting the legal marriage age to 18, what are the specific punitive measures outlined for individuals who marry or impregnate a child who is under 18 years? How does the law ensure accountability and the protection of these children below 18 years? May the delegation furnish the committee on the age of criminal responsibility. The government of the state of Eritrea stated that legal system treats penal measures for minors as a last resort, prioritizing the child's development and long-term well-being, which is commendable. However, where penal measure is opted for, what is the age of criminal responsibility? It did not come out clearly in your responses. The Article 14.2 of the Eritrean Constitution, read together with Article 3 and 26 of the African Children's Charter, safeguards the right to non-discrimination. Eritrea has not fully complied with protecting children from non-discrimination. The report does not address the pressing concern of children being separated from their caregivers who are potentially risk of expressing socio-emotional cognitive challenges. The question is, what are the specific concrete measures taken by the government of the state of Eritrea to protect children from discrimination on the basis of their religion or disability? Eritrea's fourth national periodic report provides that the principle of acting in the best interest of a child is a fundamental legal requirement in the child protection framework provided for in the Transitional Civil Code of Eritrea. Pursuant to Eritrea's legal framework, how can Eritrea ensure that the best interest of a child is effectively implemented in practice, particularly in relation to national service-related programs, such as the Mayotot Summer Work Program, which reportedly involves or affects persons under the age of 18? What specific inclusive measures are put in place to prevent the recruitment, mobilization, or participation of children under the age of 18 in military training or national service programs, or to prevent them from punitive measures linked to their evasion of conscription? With regards to the best interest of the child, in the fourth periodic report, there is affirmation that the states resolve have students from all over the country to attend their grade 12 classes at Wase Yikailo Secondary School in Sawa, within the Sawa military camp. May you furnish this committee on the following: how many secondary schools are there in Eritrea? What is the holding capacity for Wase Yikailo Secondary School? What is the selection criteria for those who will attend? What specific measures are in place to ensure the protection, safety, and well-being of students studying in settings such as the Sawa military camp? What accountability mechanisms exist to prevent or address instances in which children may be compelled to participate in military service? To add on to this is the independent verification of students' age, documentation of actual birth dates, and whereby somebody is 6 years and 9 months, according to your report. Would that not lead to that child to be in the Sawa camp before the age of 18? The committee applauds the government of the state of Eritrea on the decline of maternal mortality rate from 668 deaths per every 100,000 live births in 2000 to 291 deaths per 100,000 live births for the period of 2024 to 2025. Amidst this achievement, the committee would like to know what percentage of the 291 deaths, what percentage are children, thus people below the age of 18 years. This is critical, for it allows for the creation of precise age-specific interventions to safeguard these vulnerable children from preventable risks, rather than set programs and interventions which are for cohorts. For civil rights and freedoms, following the development of the 5-year strategic CRVS plan of 2024 to 2028, the targets of 90% birth registration and 70% registration coverage for other vital statistics, it has been set. In relation to these targets, what interventions or plans of action have been put in place to ensure these targets are met? The strategic plan has been in place for +2 years, is almost in its midway. Of the targeted 90% and 70%, at what rate is the government of the state of Eritrea at? What barriers have been identified as hindering access to birth registration, and how does the state plan to bridge that gap? I also have in mind the nomadic population. How are they going to be reached? The other question around birth registration in relation to information which was given in the report: are parents penalized for failing to register children in time? My other question is under economic and social and cultural rights, still on nomadic populations, with reference to nomadic education according to paragraph 97 of the report. Please provide information on whether nomadic education is adapted to their lifestyle and language. It did not come out in your responses. And if there are any barriers to access and future plans for expansion. The nomadic curriculum, is it standard? Is it in line with the national schools curriculum? Are there certificates of education recognized or accepted in tertiary schools? Any success stories for you to share with us will be really appreciated. Madam Chair, I think for the first cluster of questions, I end here.
Thank you, Honorable Anne, for your remarks. And now the floor is for Honorable Kembo, who will continue with us as a co-rapporteur and second rapporteur of the government of Eritrea. You can give us and give the delegation your remarks. You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. As it's the first time taking the floor today, I want to seize the occasion to welcome the honorable delegation of the government of and state of Eritrea. I would just want to follow suit of what my colleague has previously said, complementing some of our questions. In terms of completion of programs that have been initiated, I would like to ask the government of the state of Eritrea around the legislative reform process, because we're informed that there is a legislative reform process with a view to align the national legislation to regional and regional human rights convention. I would therefore like to ask the question on the timeline. Is there any timeline for the achievement of some of these processes? The second question goes around budgetary allocation, and we are informed that there is no specific budget allocation to children issues. I may sense the difficulties because children issues are cross-cutting issues. So therefore, I would like to ask the delegation of the state of Eritrea whether they embark on the child-sensitive budgeting through the ministry in charge of the budget, because if we want to identify or itemize question of budgets allocated to children issues, I think the best approach would be the child-sensitive budgeting, like we are having now the gender-sensitive budget. On the data collection and the statistics, we are being informed that the state is embarking on rolling out the CSP-IMS, the Child and Social Protection Information Management System. And I would just like to ask whether and how and when the government intends to fully operationalize the CSP-IMS. On the non-discrimination, I would just like to reiterate the question that my colleague has put on asking the state, how do states accommodate the religious diversity in the country? apart from that, I also like to ask question around the privacy. On the privacy, protection of the privacy, the report underlines that there is no data protection law that is applicable to children's personal information because the government feels that there is no digital communication information that is collected. On that, I would also like to ask the delegation of Lesotho, no, not Lesotho, of Eritrea, sorry. We are in Lesotho, sorry, so the delegation of Eritrea, and suggest maybe to envisage having such data protection law, because the data protection law is aimed at not only data collected by official authorities, but collected throughout the different processes. So those are the other questions that I would like to add to those that my colleague has pointed out. Apart from that, I think there is also the question on the age of circumscription. At what age the children can be conscribed into national forces. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kembo. I now open the floor for honorable members of the committee. So the floor is yours. We will begin with Honorable Albab. After that, Honorable Satan, Honorable Poloko, and Honorable Sande. Yeah, you have the floor, Honorable Albab. Please keep your card. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the delegation of Eritrea for their presentation, their comprehensive report, and their reply to the list of issues. My question is on two issues. One is on the general measures of implementation, and the second is on birth registration. On the general measures of implementation, I note that Eritrea does not have an independent state-established national human rights mechanism, which are critical to identify challenges and gaps in the implementation of a state's human rights obligations, particularly in relation to the most vulnerable in society. Independent national human rights institutions are essential in the promotion and protection of children's rights. I also understand that Eritrea has noted the UPR recommendation to consider establishing an NHRI. In this regard, my question would be whether the state of Eritrea would be open to conducting a feasibility study for establishing an independent mechanism for monitoring human rights, particularly children's rights, with technical support from bodies such as the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions and other AU and UN bodies with expertise in the area. I also note the recommendation in this regard by the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child in January 2025. The second question is just really to reiterate what has already been said by the country rapporteur on birth registration, to find out the status of digitalization of the CRVS system, and whether the target that has been envisioned is feasible by 2028. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Albab. The floor is for Honorable Satan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning. To join honorable members in thanking the State Party for the progress made and the positive steps undertaken. I have two quick questions on violence against children. One is, as a committee, we acknowledge and welcome the prohibition of corporal punishment in schools. However, we seek clarification on its status in other environments. And so we kindly request the state to clarify whether national legislation explicitly prohibits corporal punishment in all settings, including alternative care environments. The second question is in relation to data on violence against children cases. We acknowledge the state efforts, as already been highlighted, particularly in terms of collecting, for instance, administrative data on violence against children through social services and the police. In the responses to the list of issues, the data that was provided by the state focused on victims of female genital mutilation, FGM, and abandoned children. And so we wanted to find out whether the delegation have already reported disaggregated data on violence against children and whether there have been any sort of formal legal proceedings and convictions compared to those that have been resolved through traditional or community mediation. As a follow-up to that question and a follow-up to the country rapporteur's question, particularly on the best interest of the child in relation to violence cases, or sexual violence cases, how does the state ensure that the best interests of the child remain the primary consideration in cases that are resolved through community-based justice bodies? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Satan. The floor is for Honorable Poloko.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the government of Eritrea for their report. I only have, I think, just one or few questions. Mine is in relation to education. I've realized that you have what you call nominal fees, and you emphasize that as the government of Eritrea, no student will be disadvantaged to access school as a result of any fees. My question is, if we are advocating for free education, where there are no any form of hidden costs, then what is the justification for the government to persist on nominal fees? And I also want to congratulate the government for emphasizing education, educating the children on their rights, especially on making sure that they are aware of the charter. The other question in relation to education is that I would like to know what the government is currently doing in terms of ensuring that it adheres to the general comment that was launched last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Poloko. Honorable Sande, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. And also I would like to join my colleagues in thanking Eritrea for responding to our call, providing us the report. But I just noticed, based on what the country rapporteurs submitted, I just realized that under the area of child justice, based on the list of issues, they were not adequately addressed from their response. One, I see we requested for a comprehensive data, segregated data. That was not provided. And also, from their response, I see consistently they keep referring to young offender. I mean, we need to have a clarification. When you talk about offender, it's very heavy, it's punitive. And they are also referring to child-friendly, but they are still referring to young offender. And as she rightly said, the age of criminal responsibility is not there. So they are talking about rehabilitation, but when they refer to offender, they are moving away from child welfare, care, rehabilitation, and development, rather than to punishment. I think we need to get that clarity from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sande. I think with this first round of questions and the remarks, we will give the delegation 15 minutes to arrange or to organize the answers. And we look forward for an enriching and constructive dialogue with all the members of your delegation, Excellency Meher Tebe. Are you still with us? Your Excellency?
Oh yes, we shall proceed with
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, I hear you.
We shall proceed with making individual tasks so that we can respond to the questions and points of clarification that have been forwarded by the different experts. So yes, after 15 minutes, we would like to join you again and give us 15 minutes to discuss among ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think here we can have our coffee break for also for 15 minutes. So enjoy your coffee break, honorable members and distinguished participants. Thank you. Good morning once again, honorable members, and Your Excellency, Mr. Mehetebe Fisehaye, the Chief of the Delegation of the Government of Eritrea. You are here, you join the 47th session online with all the distinguished members of your delegation. So now I will give you the floor for 40 minutes, around 40 minutes, to discuss and to answer to the questions. The floor is yours, Excellency. Are you with us? I don't hear you.
Madam Chair, yes, we are with you.
Okay, me
But
too.
2 seconds to connect and to come back.
Do you hear my first introduction? Or I have just to repeat that now I can give you the floor for 40 minutes to answer for the answers and to answer to questions and to give your remarks for around 40 minutes. So we can have after that the second round of clusters and questions. The floor is yours, Excellency. And you can manage the participation of all the members of your delegation. So you can, after that, give them the floor as you can manage the participation of them. The floor is yours, Excellency. No. I think you don't hear me.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. We have heard you. I'm waiting my colleagues from Asmara who make part of the delegation when it comes to the issues of issues from the line ministries. Now I see they are using their voice as well, so they'll continue. Madam Chair.
Can we
Mr. Mahratab, you can go ahead.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well, I would like to thank members of the committee for the first team has solidified some points require clarification. I might invite my colleagues from the Ministry of Justice to dwell with some of the questions I proposed for clarification.
Please, can you speak closely to the mic?
Okay. Thank you, colleagues and experts. I will proceed with answering some of the questions. My name is Semi Yasu, and I'm here with delegation from Eritrea in trying to answer some questions relevant to the Ministry of Justice and try to give a reflection on what we have been trying or what we have been doing regarding the implementation or regarding this charter on child rights, welfare and rights. So the first question that was provided was with regard to Comprehensive Child Policy of 2016, which was adopted a decade ago. And the question was in line here, is there what's the necessity of reviewing this policy in relation with, and has Eritrea done any reform legislative reforms to include some of the new issues, for example, like environment. As we have provided in the report, the Child Policy of Eritrea of 2016 was prepared in a participatory, consultative manner with all national stakeholders, the appropriate government institutions, and civil society organizations. And this comprehensive child policy of Eritrea was drafted in relation or taking into account the CRC and this convention or protocol that's provided of the AU protocol. And after 2016, some reformation or reformative acts has been done by the Minister of Justice, for example, regarding the environment, regarding issues of the environment. The state of Eritrea recognizes the importance of accommodating environmental issues and how it affects environmental and climate issues affect the rights of children and in particular, but generally the society. Therefore, the new legislation was enacted in 2019, Proclamation number 179 of 2019, and it's called the Environmental Protection Legislation. And this legislation reiterates that under Article 5, if I remember correctly, it reiterates that every person has the right to clean environment, clean, healthy, and safe environment, and other processes with new relevant issues are being studied in relation with the School of Law. Different research are being done. So that's the new or the reformation that we have been trying to enact or do after the child policy in Eritrea. Regarding the implementation of or the actions of the government of Eritrea regarding implementation of the protocol of the AU Charter on child rights in relation with legal framework or legislations in Eritrea, as you have mentioned, different legislative processes or legal framework revision processes has been started by the government of Eritrea, and this is being done or being carried out in relation to trying to strike a balance between the rights of children, rights of the community or society, and rights of the family, as is prescribed or put in even in the charter for protection of Article 18, for example, of the Charter on Rights and Welfare of Children mentions protection of the family. It also mentions under Article, I think, 37, that the duties of a child. And so there's a need to strike a balance between protection of the family and the duties of the child in relation to the general rights of the public. Therefore, the government of Eritrea has been going through different processes in trying to implement or to do the legal framework, and this has been carried out with different, for example, recently the Minister of Justice has been conducting a nationwide public participation conferences in all parts of the country regarding this matter, family and child rights, in trying to understand the community or different communities or Eritrean communities' understanding on their child rights and how laws or should be legislated in Eritrea in relation with the rights that are enumerated or provided under the African Treaty or Charter on Right of Welfare of the Child. In addition, we have been trying to, or we have conducted different large-scale conferences by inviting experts from other countries in trying to implement our national values, Eritrean national values, and how to provide them or reflect them in our legislations. Therefore, it's been like as the task is very huge. Also the Minister of Justice is the legal framework process or the reformation process is ongoing by trying to do different value assessment and community-based participations. So that's where the legislative process is at this point. Regarding the community-based dispute settlement, especially in relation with sexual violation against children or any other violation or criminal breach against children, the government has opted for community-based solutions. This doesn't mean the offenders against children are not provided to justice. They are convicted. They will be brought before court and they are convicted. However, for a general reconciliation and peaceful society, creating peaceful society, and to provide the children with a platform to be heard and to provide whatever violence has been put towards them. This framework or this platform is provided to them for the family and the children to be heard properly. And these community-based solutions work in collaboration with the court, and whatever is provided by the family or the children, if necessary or if it deems necessary, it will be provided before court. But this doesn't mean the offender, that's the only solution. The offenders are brought before the court and put to justice. Regarding the right of children against non-discrimination, a question was put comparing the Eritrean constitution in relation with Eritrea's duty under the African Charter on Rights and Welfare of Children. And regarding especially non-discrimination of children regarding religion, as we have provided, Eritrea has clearly not or provided under Proclamation number 73 of 95 that it recognizes the separation between state and the church, or state and religion. And in doing so, the proclamation, however, the government also, the Eritrean Transitional Civil Code of Eritrea also provides under Article 8 and the next articles that the state recognizes freedom and to enjoy the freedom or right of personality and liberties guaranteed by the Constitution. With regard to discrimination or non-discrimination of children against religious matters, Proclamation number 73 of 1995, as I have mentioned, recognizes the separation between religion and the state. However, this proclamation tries to regulate how religious institutions are to be registered in Eritrea, and certain procedures that they have to pass through in order to be recognized. However, the government recognizes the right of people to freedom of religion. In doing so, children and anyone, they're not deprived of their rights in civil life. All their rights are guaranteed. But religions, as to religions, whether to be registered or not, they have to follow Proclamation number 7395, and that's how the government conducts regarding religious matters. Apart from that, and it doesn't affect the rights of children, the rights of children are put properly in the Civil Code and other relevant proclamations or laws under the Eritrean laws. For the next questions, my colleague will proceed with the other questions relevant to the Ministry of Justice. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Steven Imane, and I'm also from the Ministry of Justice, and I'm going to pick up from where my colleague left off. I'm going to answer the questions which are relevant, especially with regards to the penal law. And the first one is, I think the question was with regards to child marriage and the punitive measures who are applicable to those who marry or impregnate a child. Child marriage is an issue that the government of Eritrea has taken very seriously, not only through legal means, but also through awareness-raising programs and different community-based programs to ensure that it is a matter that we don't have to deal with any longer. When we take a look at it from the perspective of penal law, we have several punitive measures to ensure that this issue is eradicated, and the punishments range not only from those who marry or impregnate a child, but also to the parents of the child, the parents of the person who's marrying the child, and any person who participates in such a ceremony is punishable. So this shows us how serious this issue is taken in Eritrea. And when it comes to the measures that are taken, it ranges from simple imprisonment for those who participate in the ceremonies to rigorous imprisonment for those who marry or impregnate the child. And this rigorous imprisonment can range up to 10 years, especially where pregnancy is concerned, or in aggravated circumstances, it can even extend to life imprisonment. When it comes to the issue of the age of criminal responsibility, and this is a question that has been repeated several times by the members of the panel, the age of criminal responsibility in Eritrea is 18. It's the same as the age of legal majority. We do have several measures that we take for underage children, but these are not penalties, but rather measures. Even if we take a look at the wording of the penal code, we we don't use the word penalties, we use the word measures. And the reason for that is because we focus more on reformative measures rather than punitive measures. And these reformative measures can include measures such as induction to corrective institutions, stern warnings by the legal system, home or school arrest to ensure that the children effectively attend their educational systems. So we don't impose penalties. We go for reformative measures. And in severe circumstances where it becomes imperative, even then, we simply use measures that are inducement into a corrective institution. So I believe one of the questions was the penalties that are applicable for children, but those are not penalties, but rather measures. When it comes to questions of violence against children and the status of corporal punishment in all environments, which includes alternative care environment, corporal punishment is prohibited in Eritrea in every setting. If we take a look at Proclamation number 4 of 1991 and Proclamation number 2 of 1991, you can clearly see that the word, even the existence of the word corporal, has been banned. It was repealed in all legal instruments of Eritrea. So this shows us that corporal punishment is not applicable regardless of the setting. This can include home, school, or any other form of alternative care environment. And finally, we have the question of penalization of parents for not registering their children. From the point of view of criminal law, yes, they are penalized, and the penalty could include imprisonment. However, one thing that I want to make clear is that we opt more for awareness-raising programs rather than punitive measures, as awareness-raising programs has raised to be a more effective system of ensuring that parents register their children rather than focusing on legal penalties. By focusing more on awareness-raising programs, we ensure that the society is more aware of the procedure that they have to follow to register their children, and also this has proven to be a more effective system. However, in circumstances where legal penalties are indeed necessary, then we have provisions in the penal code which includes and penalties which includes imprisonment. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to refer you to my other colleagues.
Okay, thank you, colleagues from the Ministry of Justice. Can I proceed with the item related to the Ministry of Education? So, Mr. Pedros, would you please proceed to reply?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of the comments that were presented require factual information. For example, one of the questions was how many secondary schools we have in Eritrea. We have about 120 secondary schools. The holding capacity. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear.
Thank you. I had started to deal with some of the issues that required factual information. So one of the questions was how many secondary schools we have in Eritrea, and the answer to that is about 120. The holding capacity of the school in Sawa, the secondary school in Sawa, is roughly 20,000. You talked about, there were questions about the selection and safety criteria for children who go to that school. The selection criteria generally are academic. Children who complete grade 11 go there to do their last year of secondary school, which is grade 12. Generally, the majority of children who go there are more than 17 years old. So by the time they finish their secondary school or grade 12, they would be more than 18 years old. criteria, I think a lot of care is taken to make sure that children have the necessary accommodation and logistic arrangements in place, including health services. We also provide those students with counseling services. There are experts in psychology who provide those kinds of services to those children. So much effort is made to ensure that the children feel at home and that all their well-being is attended to. May I just, it has already been said that under Eritrean legislation, children are not enlisted in any military activity or in the military forces. And so in Sawa, again, we make sure that no children under 18 take the training that is a military training that's provided. So basically, a child has to be more than 18 years old to participate in military training. So we don't, in Sawa, all the school children who, after completing their education, take military training, we make sure that they are all 18 or above. The next set of issues that were raised basically dealt with nomadic education. Yes, nomadic education, it's provided on a very large scale, or there is a fairly big nomadic or semi-nomadic population group in Eritrea, and we provide educational services that are related and accommodated to the lifestyles and the language of those communities. In terms of language, since we teach in the mother tongue in Eritrea, in those nomadic communities, education that is provided in the mother tongue. We make sure that the curricula are, the time scale, the calendar for those schools is also adapted to the living conditions of those nomadic communities. You asked whether there are any barriers. We don't have any barriers in those nomadic communities to education. If we can speak of any barrier, it's only the barrier of distance. In some limited circumstances, there are some very small communities that live so far away and that are so dispersed that we have not yet been able to provide proper educational services for them. So distance is the only barrier, and the government is trying to address this issue as well. The certificates that are provided to students in those schools or in nomadic education are the same ones, and they are validated just like all other certificates, because it is the same educational program that these children follow. However, we have a very small program which is called CE, or Complementary Elementary Education. This is a special program that caters to children who go to school at a late age. Some children do not have the opportunity to go to school before they reach 9 or 10 years. And so for such children, we have come up with a concentrated short-term program whereby they are given the opportunity to finish the 5-year elementary education program in about 3 years. But even this eventually comes to more or less the same standard with the national curriculum that is provided everywhere. There was an issue about education being free in Eritrea, but still that report mentions nominal fees. I think the important issue here is that education is free in Eritrea all along the way, even at the tertiary level. Not only does the government not require educational fees, but it also provides accommodation and lodging to all the students. So education is basically free, yes, in Eritrea. But there are some small running costs that schools face. And the parents in those communities provide this small support to the schools so that the schools could run their normal activities without much, without much problem. There is, however, a provision here also. If a child is too poor, or if the child's family is too poor to provide, to pay even this very small nominal fees, they are they have the opportunity to go to school without paying anything, and the costs for that are covered by the local administration. All the all the child's family has to do is to go to the local administration office and get a piece of paper saying that they are too poor to pay. They bring that piece of paper to the school, and the school provides education to that child freely. The question of the summer work program was also raised, I think. This is a program that is conducted during the vacation, the summer vacation, or part of that vacation. It's mainly aimed at giving those children an opportunity to relate what they study in theory with practice, mainly as it relates to biology, because they basically engage in tree planting and in reforestation, in also caring for the soil and the water, and this gives an extra advantage in that they really see for themselves and have a part to play in making those theoretical lessons practical. And at the same time, they also provide some service to the nation by planting trees and so on. We make sure that the type of work that they do is very much adjusted to their limited physical capacity, and that they do it only for a few hours a day. So it's part of the growing process for school children, the way we see it. Thank you very much.
Just to thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. Just to put one point regarding SAWA. I believe the spirit and notion of SAWA is interrelated or in line with the provisions of the Charter, especially Article 11, which calls for education, and Article 11, Sub-1 B, D, E, F of the Charter. They specify what we have to add in our education system, or in our education, that we have to teach our children tolerance, dialogue, mutual respect, friendship among ethnic and tribal groups, preservation of national independence and territorial integrity, promotion of achievements of African solidarity, and preservation of strengthening positive African morals, traditions, values, culture, etc. This is what Article 11 of the Charter calls. And the best thing comes on Article 31, which calls for responsibility of the child. What we want to teach our children, and what do we expect our African children to be. We want them to be specifically stated in Article 31 that they work for nation, for family, respect parents, superiors, serve the national community, very important, serve the national community, and placing physical, intellectual capacity, etc., etc., etc. And the most important that I really want to underline is that they have to preserve independence and integrity of the country, or territorial integrity of the country. This is what we find in the charter. So what we do in SAWA is implement all this. For us, SAWA is mechanism, a modus of operandi, how to, to teach our children, how to at least incorporate Article 11 and Article 31 in our awareness raising and educational system. So we really push on the core values. We have 9 ethnic groups, so they have to have self-respect and peaceful coexistence. They need to understand the cultures and livelihood of all of the 9 ethnic groups, all of them, so that at the end of the day, they become one Eritrean personality. So this is how we work on it, and I would like to push on for the committee, for the technical committee, or for the technical team of this chapter, that what we do in SAWA should be seen in relation to Article 11 and Article 31 of the Code.
Thank you. I'd just like to add one point. On top of what Samnait has been saying, there is also a compelling reason for us to send our children to SAWA, and that's the question of space. Are overcrowded. We have children, something like 60 and 70 children in one classroom in some of our big secondary schools, and this is the situation even without those schools accommodating the children who have to study in grade 12. So there is simply not enough space in our secondary schools at the moment for these children to study in, and so we are also obliged to send them to SAWA, and the situation might change at a later stage if our secondary schools get big enough or they get extra classrooms to be able to accommodate all these children.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I think we shall go quickly so that we cover the responses that are expected from us. So may I call upon our colleagues from the Ministry of Affairs to deal with health aspects as well as various registration aspects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will respond to the 2 issues raised by the honorable members. Those are the maternal mortality ratio and CRBC implementation. Maternal mortality has declined markedly in Eritrea, including among young women, but we are not yet able to quantify the specific contribution of adolescents, especially those under 18. The overall maternal deaths, because routine HMIS data are not disaggregated by age, and available surveys provide only an aggregate national picture. To address this gap, while continuing to reduce maternal deaths in all age groups, the Ministry of Health is implementing a universal package of quality maternal health services like antenatal care, skilled birth attendance, emergency obstetric care, postmortem care, and also contraception for all women, and at the same time institutionalizing maternal death audits and maternal death surveillance in response to that. Age at death can be systematically captured and used to build more robust age disaggregated evidence. In addition, the government has recently conducted the Eritrea Population and Health Survey, with results expected in the coming months. Preliminary indications suggest further reductions in maternal mortality compared with global modeled estimates. And these findings will be used alongside the audit data to refine teacher adolescent focused interventions and monitoring. I think the second issue was on our CRBS, which I will also do the same. Our national CRBS strategic plan and roadmap set ambitious target of achieving 90 of key milestones by 2028. When this target was set, we began from a strong foundation of government commitment and deliberately adopted a whole of government, whole of society approach to implementation, engaging all relevant sectors and partners. In practice, however, implementation has been slower than planned. We are still in the early phase of conducting advocacy workshops and building consensus, and translating the roadmap into routine practice remains a major challenge. The main barriers include a shortage of skilled human resources across the sectors involved in CRBS, as well as infrastructure constraints, particularly limited and unreliable internet connectivity, which slows the digitalization that is essential for a modern integrated CRBS system. Despite these constraints, however, the government's commitment to CRBS strengthening remains strong, and the planned mid-term review of the strategic plan will be used to identify bottlenecks, prioritize activities, and accelerate implementation towards the 2028 targets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andat. I will proceed to reply to three issues that were raised that are very close to my domain. With regard to the child policy incorporating climate change, we feel that it's comprehensive and still incorporates climate change, although it does not say climate change word. In our situation, in the child policy, it incorporates emergency and resilience. So there are two factors that may drive into emergency, either natural calamities or human-made. And therefore, it states the emergency situation. So it's included because the emergency situation that may appear in Eritrea is part of its climate change. And the resilience is the recovery, the rehabilitation, the community-based approach that we try to deal with. Therefore, I think we already understand that climate change is also included in the child policy. It serves for our purpose as well. With regard to the child protection and social protection of management of information system, so far the data collected tool is finalized. Now we are in the process of digitalizing the data collection tool. The data related to infrastructure needs are huge investment which require soliciting the required budget as well. We are trying to request the government as well as partners in this regard. So we'll see and start with a pilot late 2026, and we'll find out how we progress in this regard. With regard to the idea that came, would it involve other indicators? Yes, it's open, and we are in cooperation with our partners like UNICEF, referring to experts they have at the zonal level, at the East and Southern Africa level. With regard to the budget allocation, I would like to request members of the committee that this question has been raised ever since we reported in our second and third combined report, as well as in our fourth report. As such, we don't allocate budget. This is for children, because there are different sectors that concern children, like, for example, education, health, child protection, and social protection. And they are implemented by the different actors. But rest assured that the budget that's allocated for the for the education sector is mostly for children. As has been said, education in Eritrea is free even if there are nominal payments that are very little. And therefore, the people who go to school, for most of them, until they are 18, they are children. And therefore, this is covered by the budget for education, even if we don't call it budget for children's education. And it takes into account for areas that are remote, as we have reported, and as well as in our opening statement. It brings to your attention that the remote areas are considered whether to construct remote areas like the Ministry of Education focusing on the 4 zonal administrations that are remote. This is part and parcel of the social justice policy of the Ministry of the Government of the State of America. So rest assured that the children's issue, be it in the Child and Social Protection Program, the education sector, the health sector, and other areas are taken into account, although we don't have specific budget for children. Having said that, may I leave the opportunity to my colleagues at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to say a few things on issues related to their domain. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, just I want to add some point to what Mr. Mehretab has said on the climate issues. All the things that we do in Eritrea, we have integrated programs. We have been raising the climate issue. We have a specific project related to school. Small grant program is headed or leading by the National Union of Eritrean Women. So schools create their own environment by a motto like think special, play as you learn, and learn as you play, and learn as you work, and work as you learn. Even the previous statement mentioned by Mr. Petros was that the summer working, one of the issue to address the climate issue. And so these small grant programs have been a pilot projects addressed to different schools. So schools are now, they are aware to protect their environment. They create schools as a climate related, friendly climate schools. So they have a motto to plant around their surroundings. So climate is a big issue in all policy, as it's mentioned by Mr. Mehretab, but there are also specific projects related to climate also in different schools. Just I want to address this.
Yeah, please carry on, colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, my name is Almaz. I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In the outset, we would like to strongly reject the word conscription, since it does not reflect the true nature of the program, and the accurate term is national service. There is no underage enrollment in the National Service of Eritrea. In this respect, Proclamation number 82 of 1995 of the National Service Program is clear on the issue of age. The Articles 11, sub-Article 1, 2, 3 deal with the registration explicitly specify that the eligibility age for national service is from 18 to 40 years of age. Furthermore, no underage children have been forced yet to enter in the military training center. This is because while students attend their 12th grade Warsai Kalo Secondary School at the Sawa Education and Training Center, it was sought to prepare them for the National Secondary Living Certificate examination, including, of course, the 4 months national service training. Apart, the duty of the citizens to complete their national services, the government has put in place effective legal and practical measures to prevent underage recruitment. Therefore, the National Service Proclamation number 82 of 1995 provides that those who are medically unfit are exempted from the national service. And regarding the comment about the independent national human rights institutions, we take note of the perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, colleagues from the Ministry of Pereira. First, may I add one point that Almas has mentioned with regard and members, experts from the Africa have used a word that is not friendly here with the national service. What we do here in Eritrea is not conscription. I urge members of the committee not to utilize the word conscription. National service in Eritrea, as our youth have their rights, they also have their duties. So I hope you'll bear with us that we don't anymore hear the word conscription. It's not what we do here in Eritrea. May I call upon my colleagues from the Nationality of Eritrean Women to give their response.
Your Excellency, the head of the delegation, I want to thank you for all your answers and remarks concerning what the country rapporteurs and the honorable members of the committee they raised for the first round of questions. And now I will give another time to the country rapporteur. I will begin with the Honorable Anne. She will also give you some remarks, comments, and questions concerning the second round of and clusters concerning the implementation of the Charter. Honorable Anne, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. And thank Your Excellency and your delegation for the responses provided to us so far. So we are now going to look into the last cluster of health and welfare, family environment, and alternative care, special protection measures, and here and there may be follow-up questions to the responses which you have given. I'll start off with health and welfare. In relation to the 95 targets of WHO in terms of decreasing HIV and AIDS, where 95% of people living with HIV know their status and the 95% of those diagnosed receive treatment and 95%...
Sorry to interrupt, Excellency, but we cannot hear. Can you please raise your voice? A bit loud, please. Louder, please.
All right, Your Excellency. I'll start the question again on health and welfare. My question is focusing on the progress which the state has made towards the achievement of the 95 targets of WHO, focusing on decreasing the contraction of HIV, which will complicate to AIDS. And I was saying that the first 95% focuses on people living with HIV, that they know their status, and the second 95%, those who have been diagnosed to be having HIV should be having treatment, and 95% of those on treatment should achieve the viral suppression. So my question is, what is the country's current progress percentage of each of these three steps? If the data is unavailable, what are the challenges or barriers preventing the collection or reporting of these figures? Responses for the follow-up questions do not give a clear picture on issues of mental health. Are there cases of people below the age of 18 who are mentally ill or mentally deranged? If so, give statistics of children suffering from mental illness, the percentage of each cause. What I mean is, what are the causes of this mental illness? I'm focusing on any cases of drug-related mental illness. What mitigation measures has the country put in place to ensure children do not use illicit drugs? Given the global and regional data on adolescent drug abuse, can you clarify how your country is measuring or monitoring this issue? What specific indicators or evidence are being used to confirm or deny its presence among people under the age of 18 years? The committee notes that 3% of persons with disabilities are children. Of this 3%, what percentage age of children have disabilities who are in health institutions? I'm mainly focusing around this 3%. Do you have children who are in mental health institutions because they are mentally challenged? And if so, what percentage is that? What percentage is in special needs care institutions? What programs are in place to prevent these children from being separated from their families? May you furnish the committee on the concept of Donkey to School project for children with disabilities. We just really want to understand the project and how it is impacting within this group of children. On family environment and alternative care, in the responses to the follow-up questions, the government of the state of Eritrea has indicated non-availability of data for children without parental care, yet there is information which is available on conditions of orphanages. Can the committee be appraised on the number of orphanages, those which belong to the government and those which belong to the private sector, the number of children in the orphanages, and the criteria of putting a child in an orphanage, the number of children who are living and working on the streets, the number of child-headed families, and the number of double orphans. May you expand on group homes? There is a mention that in Eritrea there are group homes. They were initially 24, now they are 2. What interventions are in place for preventing family separation? Are there any parenting programs within the state? Referencing to questions related to impact impact on children as a result of sanctions imposed on the government of the state of Eritrea, the comment from the committee from the responses given commends the steps taken to assess the impact in collaboration with the High Commissioner of Human Rights and the Special Rapporteur on the impact of unilateral coercive measures on the enjoyment of human rights. The committee would appreciate if the government of the state of Eritrea could share the assessment report. In relation to questions around impact of COVID on children, the committee notes the response that there were few isolated cases among children which were recorded. May the committee be furnished with statistical data on the percentage of children who were affected, the age disaggregated, and the percentage of children who died as a result of COVID. looking at harmful practices, there is no data which has been provided around child marriage prevalence. The committee would really appreciate if that could be shared in terms of percentage of women between the ages of 20 to 24 who married before the age of 18, the trends focusing on regional variations. There is no data whether exceptions exist in practice, in customary or religious laws. Are there any cases of prosecution which have happened in the state? I submit, Madam Chair. I think these are my last questions.
Thank you, Honorable Anne, for your remarks. And now the floor is for Honorable Kembo. The floor is yours, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the delegation for the responses they given to the previous set of questions that we posed to them. I think this second set, I'd like to focus on the issue. I first note the comment of the observation of the state on the issue of conscription. Yes, if that has offended you, we may apologize. We apologize for that, and then we just wanted to flag the issue. I would like to dwell on this issue precisely with regard to children, because on the issue precisely on prevention of sexual harassment in the army due to power imbalance. There have been some allegation of harassment of female young recruits by commanders. I want to know if there is a system of reporting that protects alleged victims, procedures of investigating the abuse, and if yes, how many cases have been denounced and how many cases have been investigated, and how many cases have been decided upon. Still on this issue, in the report, there is an affirmation that there is no child affected by armed conflict in Eritrea. Maybe I will speaking on this issue through my colleague Robert on the concept of children affected by armed conflict. I think it does not just include child soldiers. It is also including children that may be born for conflict-related sexual violence, or even children often by war, and any other children that might be affected to this regard. So in that, taking the concept in that sense, I would like to know if the Eritrea is concerned by this situation and what policies and strategies are put in place to curb the issue. Lastly, on the issue of harmful practices, yes, we noted the programs that are being put in place to address this scourge. I think all in all, what can be derived of those information is that despite measures that are being taken, the practices is being persistent. And viewing the persistence of the practice, I'd like to know what is the strategy the state has adopted to fight against it. But more importantly, which strategy proves to yield the best, the more successful result. I think just after this discussion, we'll be launching the report on harmful practices, namely female genital mutilation and child marriage, and they would like also to have the viewpoint of Eritrea on what could be done to handle the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kimbo. Now I open the floor for the honorable members if they want to ask questions or to give some comments. Honorable Robert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I add voiced, I thank the Eritrean delegation for taking time out of its schedule to come and have this conversation with the committee. My questions are going to be around paragraphs 161 to 172 with regard to refugee children and children affected by armed conflict. And I would also like to reiterate that there will also be a reference to the concluding observations on the first periodic report. So with regard to the concluding observations in the first periodic report, the committee underscored that the reporting should reflect the situation of refugee children, asylum-seeking children, and internally displaced children, including the Eritrean children affected by the displacement beyond the state's territory. And if you look at the periodic report that was submitted, paragraph 161 reiterates that these categories do not exist within Eritrea. Specifically, 162 to 163 addresses others such as trafficking and migration in general terms without engaging Eritrean children outside the territory. We seek some clarification indicating, since you indicate that there are no refugee or internally displaced children within your territory, could the delegation be kind enough to clarify whether this position remains unchanged? And secondly, if so, how does the state party consider the situation of Eritrean children who may be outside its territory and in need of international protection? Thirdly, we seek some information in terms of the existence of any data or assessment available on Eritrean children in displacement contexts at a regional level. And from a forward-looking perspective, would the state party be in position to reflect on this broader dimension in its next report with the committee's recommendation? That is one. Secondly, with regard still to paragraphs 164 to 170, we appreciate that the delegation underscores the Eritrea Defense Forces rules of engagement in any war to be unambiguous and in full conformity with established laws of humanitarian law, including the Geneva Conventions. And we note the assurance of compliance with international law. The question is, would the delegation elaborate on any specific child protection measures that were in place during the Tigray conflict? Because it's specifically alluded to, and a lot is explained by the delegation. And in doing so, if there is any evidence in terms of monitoring, in terms of documentation mechanisms, to assess the impact of the conflict on children, including those separated from caregivers, would be highly appreciated. In the context of accountability, would the delegation be kind enough to indicate whether there have been any reviews or inquiries that have been undertaken in relation to allegations affecting these children, and what have been the outcomes, if any? And finally, would the state party consider strengthening or formalizing child-sensitive monitoring mechanisms in similar contexts going forward? Question 3, the report does not, there was a request by the committee in the concluding observations requesting for permission to conduct an investigative mission concerning allegations of children's involvement and harm. I would like to say that the report does not directly address this at all, and instead it adopts a general position emphasizing sovereignty and rejecting allegations. But there are some questions that we have to ask. We seek clarity, as the committee has previously expressed this interest in undertaking an investigative engagement. Could we clarify the state's position? We might not get the answers now, but maybe an indication of a possibility of the same. And in the event that such a mission is not envisaged, what other avenues do you propose that we would engage for purposes of cooperation in engaging further? And finally, could the delegation indicate whether a structured modality of engagement with the committee on this issue may be envisaged within some kind of defined time frame? I think that would be very instructive for our work going together in having the child right for Eritrea and Eritrea right for that child. I also would like to ask you to recall that in the concluding observations, Eritrea was invited to engage on the General Comment 22 and integrate conflict prevention, post-conflict reconstruction, peace building into its child's protection framework. I noticed from paras 169 to 172, there's an acknowledgement and a reference, but there is nothing to show adoption of the Article 22 framework. Is there anything that has been done? Could the delegation elaborate on how child protection is addressed in contexts of conflict or regional instability? Are there any specific policies or programs that you have, perhaps that have been engaged since then, that speak to prevention, protection, and reintegration? And would the state party consider aligning aspects of its framework to the guidance provided for under Article 22 of the General Comment and the Model Law on Children Affected by Armed Conflict? Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hand over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Robert. So now, Honorable Anne, you want to raise another? Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your indulgence, I feel strongly that I should commend the state of Eritrea. We rarely hear responses in relation to Article 31, responsibilities of a child, how state parties are actually implementing that, how state parties are ensuring that it is realized. So I'm just applauding the state of Eritrea for using that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Anne. It's also, when it comes to the constructive dialogue, we have also to raise the best practices and good practices and all the progress that the member state they did. So we are at the second cluster of our questions, so we can let you, can give you 10 minutes to organize your responses, and we will come back after 10 minutes. Your Excellency, the Head of Delegation.
Thank you very much,
Yes, can we? Okay. So, Your Excellency, the head of delegation, Mr. Meheritibi Fisihaye, and the distinguished members of the delegation, honorable members of the committee, welcome once again. And now I will give you the floor. I give you the floor to the head of the delegation for the responses. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, yes, we can proceed. I invite Mr. Odysseus Elisa with data-related issues.
Sorry, you have around 40 minutes for all the answers. So please respect the time. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Maratha. Thank you, Madam Chair. You have put it very clearly, I'll be dealing
Sorry, we have technical problem. We can't hear you well.
You raised it earlier in the second round as well. With regard to the availability of data in Eritrea, I think we have conducted since 1995 DHS, and then in 2002 also we have conducted the second DHS survey. And third, we have conducted in 2010 EPHS survey. All these surveys, they have good information prevailing with children, as well as the information that we have mentioned specifically for orphans, travelers, or single orphans, situated in detail there with different background characteristics, as well as the early marriage related. We have the age at first marriage, which is in detail presented there. Disability of the children, as well, also we have it age specific to all with different types of disability are mentioned there. So I can say these three different studies have brought rich information with that regard. 2024 trend that you mentioned also, I think it's a matter of just getting into that data where you can make use of the information that is around in the three studies. Going back again to the information that was raised about the child and social protection information management systems situation, is like any data management system or database. This database is also planned to be updatable and scalable, meaning we can add, we can update the information that's already there. And the information, by the way, it is a secondary information, which is a indicator-based database. So that the indicators that have been input that are already in the database would be updated, and you can see the same. And similarly, you can include or add new indicators that are not in the database at the beginning. So it's scalable. So with that, you can put in the early marriage situation or the indicators that you think are important for the children, so that it will help us better tracking or reporting about the children. And of course, we have also in 2015 and 16 conducted labor force survey. And this labor force survey has tried to get an indicator of child labor situation. So that child labor situation is not a comprehensive one. We have tried to compute or get the indicator basing the school attendance of the children. Those children who attend school and do some work, we call it child work, and those who are doing some, who are attending school, who are doing some work, but not totally attending or partially not attending school, we call it the child labor. So the survey has indicated that about 4.8 children are in child labor, and in child work are 11.7. So this one is the one which I think is a little outdated now, but recently, fortunately, in 2025, the National Statistics second EPHS, which is we expect some information about this to update that information on the labor and as well as on the fiscal communication that have been mentioning. So this all these different information or indicators that we have that I have mentioned have been conducted since 1995 and up to now, and including the 2025 information could be included in this information management system that we can use for joint reporting and tracking as a very good database. Like any, and we will use this existing data protection mechanisms or protection laws that are available. And I think this is, could be done in collaboration with the National Statistics Office because they have some idea of how to go about that system capturing and its follow-up in the protection situations. Thank you very much.
The committee of the Ministry of Justice proceed to respond.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now I'm going to continue on with answers regarding the prosecution regarding child marriage, special prosecution of religious or customary institutions. As I said before, child marriage is a matter that we take very seriously. And when it comes to prosecution of religious or customary institutions, especially when it comes to religious institutions, every religious institution in Eritrea is clearly made aware of the fact that marriage below 18 years of age is prohibited. And we have a specific provision under the Penal Code which is specifically addressed for prosecuting religious institutions that perform any marriage of people below the age of 18. And the penalty is higher than lay people who perform such kinds of marriages ceremony. And the same applies for customary institutions as well. As you might know, in Eritrea we recognize three types of marriage. One is a civil marriage, religious marriage, and customary marriage. As I said, religious marriage is under its own specific provision, and when it comes to customary institutions, they're also prosecuted in any sort of marriage ceremony of persons below the age of 18. The second question is with regards to sexual harassment in the army due to power imbalance. The first point that I would like to make clear is that we don't have minors in the army, as has already been stated by several members of this committee. We don't have people below the age of 18 in the army, so there cannot be cases of sexual harassment in the army of minors if there are no minors. However, to address the general question of sexual harassment in the army, outside those of children, we have specific procedures for reporting and investigation that are specifically applied for the army. We have a special court, which is a military court, for punishing any transgressions committed by army members. And those penalties are higher than if punishments of acts were committed by lay people. So, while there are no sexual harassment cases in the army, we do have special procedures and we do have special investigating mechanisms in order to ensure that any victims of sexual harassment in the army are not disregarded or overlooked or are prohibited from reporting due to power imbalance. Thank you very much.
I follow up on number 6 to emphasize the
points, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee. I just would like to highlight on what strategies we pursue to tackle all types of violence. Could be FGM, could be undermarriage, could be any type of violence. So we have three important strategies to follow. One is legislation. We have to make sure that all these violences are protected by law. The second is sensitization and awareness raising. Very intensive sensitization should be in place. And the third is community participation. Community should feel and own or feel ownership of the situation. So these three important strategies together, they are just giving us a very good trend, which is going downward. As you know, FGM is going very low, and underage marriage as well, and other types of victims. The second international conference on FGM, which was held in 2023 in Tanzania, there was an important initiative taken, which says Spotlight Initiative for Africa Regional Program. And this program calls that we have to put legislation, we have to put community involvement and resource, and involving ministers pronounce renewed commitment and action. So what we have been following the last decade or so, much with the Spotlight Initiative of the 2023 of the African Conference. So we are successful in legislation. All violence, all types of violence are now protected by law. Once they are protected by law, the offenses and the penalties go side by side. The very important thing is the behavioral change of our community. Law alone, offense alone, penalty alone does not work. We have to raise the consciousness of our people. We have to bring all communities that they feel part of it and they try to tackle themselves. Not from the top-down approach, it's a bottom-up approach also. And this has been very successful. Regarding FFT, for instance, this was raised in 2006 in the meeting of cabinet ministers. So this brought the proclamation 151/2007. Since it was raised in the cabinet, they decided that this be prohibited by law. So very important. And then all these campaigns together, we are changing a big change. And there is a structure placed well for the enforcement on this, as it is reported in the report. We have a national steering committee at ministerial level. So the spotlight calls for the ministers to work on this, but we have already done it and we are working on it. The same goes for underage and the same for all other types of crimes. So this doesn't mean we don't have challenge. We really have challenge, but we are working very hard to look at the challenges, especially that are wide in some things. And as long as we have the will and the guts to do it, I think by 2030 we will reach that. The highest, the climax. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Samait. May I call on my colleagues from the Minister of Health to deal with the response?
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members of the committee. I will address three issues. One is HIV/AIDS. The second is mental health, and the third is COVID. For HIV, Eritrea has one of the lowest HIV levels in the region, reflecting a long-standing massive mostly group phased into under 5 and 5 is into 12, and does not yet capture specific child and adolescent mental health levels. So the ministry is working to improve its data system to address the chronic disaggregation problem. In addition, the Ministry of Health is expanding services by integrating pediatric mental health into general pediatric and primary care, using task teaching to train general doctors, nurses, and other frontline providers in basic identification, counseling, and referral, so that support is available not only in Asmara but also in other facilities. In parallel, we are working closely with the Ministry of Education to strengthen mental health support in schools by engaging teachers and school directors through seminars, training, and school health services, so that children with psychological difficulties can be recognized early and live there. At the same time, Eritrea is not isolated from global trends. The same stressors and emerging mental health problems in other countries are also appearing here. While illicit substances is not yet common, there are early signs of experimentation with vaping, alcohol, smoking, and glue among some children and adolescents. In response, the Ministry of Health, together with the Ministry of Education, the police, and professional society, are working to raise awareness about these global threats and to strengthen prevention and early response in schools and mental health facilities, bringing mental health and substance use services closer to where children live. My next question is on COVID. Eritrea, like the rest of the world, was affected by the COVID pandemic after the first case was reported in March 2020, triggering strict public health measures, including lockdowns, social distancing, and suspension of public transport. According to routinely disaggregated FMI data, no COVID-19 deaths were recorded among children under 5 years of age, and overall, no child COVID-19 deaths were documented nationally, with severe illness and mortality occurring almost exclusively among adults and children. So, thank you very much.
May I call upon colleagues of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to respond to the issues related to their performance?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nathan Zakaras from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So regarding the questions raised on the impact of sanctions on the children in Eritrea, these measures are often justified as tools to promote and protect human rights, but in practice, however, they undermine the very rights set at the ground. In Eritrea, their consequences are concrete and far-reaching. In the health sector, access to life-saving medicines, diagnostic equipments, essential technologies is routinely impeded by formal restrictions, disrupted financial channels, and supplier hesitancy, thereby affecting the realization of the rights of health. And in agriculture, constraints on financing and logistic limit access to inputs and machinery, undermining food security and rural livelihoods. Across infrastructure sectors, water, energy, and transport, difficulties in securing financing and procuring equipment impose structural limits. And the questions raised on the internal displacement or internal refugees, the government of state of Eritrea firmly reiterates there are no refugee children, children seeking asylum, or internally displaced children within Eritrea. And Eritrea's inclusive policies and social structure ensure that all children without exception have access to essential services including education, healthcare, and social protection. And Eritrea has consistently demonstrated its commitment to combating child trafficking, irregular migration through robust national measures and active engagement in regional and international initiatives. And addressing this challenge requires a holistic approach that targets the root cause of displacement, including external factors that drive irregular migration. And the government of the state of Eritrea remains at the forefront of advocating for regional and for genuine cross-continental collaboration to ensure the protection of children on the move while upholding national sovereignty and the rights of its people. Okay, regarding the impact of war or conflict regarding the Tigray war, the government of the state of Eritrea underscores that the well-being of children, whether in Eritrea or beyond its borders, remains a fundamental priority. Eritrea will continue to promote policies that safeguard children from the effects of conflict, including awareness programs, family preservation efforts, and broader initiatives to strengthen child protection systems at the national and regional level. And the government of state of Eritrea reaffirms that Eritrea military doctrine and operational conduct strictly adhere to principles that prohibit harm to civilians and war captives, with a strong emphasis on training, discipline, and compliance with national and international obligations. And finally, regarding the question raised to migrants in the regional and neighboring countries, our embassies, the Eritrean embassies and missions abroad, fully support and follows up to our citizens abroad, and they provide needed supports and care to our citizens. Thank you.
Okay. I think I have a few things on family environment. As has been reported consistently, be it in the first or second and third or fourth report, Eritrea is of the opinion that the approach is always community-based. Children, even if they are difficult circumstances, be as much as possible be assisted by families, extended families, and community-based. So, with regards to children on parental care, there are rare cases where we have children who don't have parents at all. At least there have to be extended families. It's not only the livelihoods that we brought to their attention, but even for the psychosocial healing they grow up, it's very important that we have a community-based approach. So those who have children who don't have without parental care, others very few who may be abandoned. If they are abandoned, then the police may affirm that they have no members of their family or members of their extended family. They approach a health clinic, their health situation is checked, and then they come to the Ministry of Labor and Social Welfare to the orphanage center. We only have one orphanage center. That's also as a last resort. Otherwise, our approach is community-based. You may see that in our reports, those who are abandoned are very few, or those who are very few too. Just because if they have extended families, the best choice is to just bring contact with their extended families as well. The number of street children, it's very difficult here in Eritrea to give the exact number of street children, but what we try to do after all education of all of us, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Labor and Social Welfare, the civil society organizations, the community as well, sensitize as much as possible that children don't drift to the street. So not only the sensitization campaigns, but even the assistance is provided to them. We have heard the reports from the Ministry of Education that education as much as possible is free, even if there is nominal. Even in the nominal payments, government is involved to assist them to provide the necessary school materials if they cannot afford. Therefore, this is part of the way to prevent drifting children from the streets. Even the approach of the Ministry of Education for children who may be dropouts, or for children who may drift into the streets, through, and has been explained earlier by my colleague Mr. Petro, the CEE itself is part and parcel of trying our best to contain the issue of streetism in Eritrea. Group homes is part of our efforts to minimize either orphanages or group homes as well. They were 24 before, but because of our approach and the priority to community-based approach, the group homes have been minimized to two. These are only as a last resort, and I think they may stay for quite some time, but we don't expect them to expand the number of group homes. Having said that, Madam Chair, I think we have tried to deal with the questions that were raised. May I invite Mr. Biniam Berhe, who is part of the delegation, to say a few words before we go to the concluding remarks, because we may have to say a few things on a number of issues that the delegates were tackling. Mr. Biniam, can you hear me, please?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Narita. Thank you for giving me the floor, Madam Chairperson, honorable members of the committee. We appreciate the engagement that we are having today. Since my colleagues have dealt with the details of the matters, I would like to indicate only two sets of issues. The first is all the policies and programs that the respective line ministries and national associations enumerated emanate from four core principles that Eritrean Development Program is anchored on. That is the first one being self-reliance, that is prioritizing domestic, human, natural, and financial resources in undertaking our national development programs. In our the second aspect is that of national ownership. Eritrea's national development plan emanates from its own reality, while we are ready to learn from others. The experience of pre-independence, during the armed struggle, the Eritrean people's rich history also inform the current Eritrean development program. The other aspect is the popular participation, whether it is in education, health, justice. The all-encompassing factor is that the program is implemented through the popular participation of the people. So that's the issues that were raised by the different colleagues tied to this. And the other aspect in terms of, while we are talking about implementing the programs, the Eritrean Development Program emphasizes equitable distribution of opportunities and resources. That's what we call social justice. Colleagues were talking about prioritizing pastoralist communities, the most vulnerable, and all. So these core principles imbue the Eritrean Development Agenda and the activities and programs that are undertaken by our ministries and institutions. While we are aspiring to do so, but it doesn't happen in a vacuum. There are challenges, there are shortcomings. To mention a few, the international system and the current turbulence also affects Eritrea. Eritrea is also located in a region that's undergoing several wars and armed conflicts. And near to home, there are also threats against Eritrea's sovereignty and territorial integrity using anarchonistic, irredentist, and expansionist policies, which Eritrea remains vigilant on. In addition, Eritrea is also a victim of unilateral coercive measures, as colleagues from the Foreign Ministry indicated. These measures are not only affecting Eritrea, but several other countries. And the African Union Assembly has time and again called for the lifting of these coercive measures, calling them as an impediment for member states from realizing the development agenda, including Agenda 2063 and the UN Agenda 2030. The other aspect which should be related with the migration is also a strategic depopulation agenda that has been going on, targeting Eritrea. So while Eritrea envisages to do whatever it takes to better the lives of its people, and most importantly its children, and to fulfill its obligations under the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child, through its own principles and policies, we also live in a situation where there are challenges. Some of them have been persistent, and we call on the committee also, first to understand, and also second to advocate for the lifting of the challenge, most importantly the sanction which the African Union Assembly has also pronounced time and again, and also to put the shortcomings that Eritrea is facing within the context of resource constraints, persistent issues that has to do with peace and security, and external challenges that I just mentioned a few. So with that, I give the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Benyam, chargé d'affaires, and thanks to the head of the delegation. Chargé d'affaires, yeah. So, Your Excellency, the head of the delegation, Heyetabe, and all the members of the delegations, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the committee, this brings us to the end of the dialogue on the review of the fourth periodic report of the state of Eritrea. I would like to thank the country's rapporteurs, honorable, yes?
Before concluding, Mr. Mahreta will make the closing remarks.
Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Yeah. So I would like to thank the country rapporteurs, Hon Anne and also Hon Kembo, and all the members of the Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child for their questions and comments, and of course, Your Excellency, the head of the delegation and the representative of your member state for their responses and their quality of the dialogue. So does the head of the delegation wish to make concluding remarks? I think you want to have the floor for that. You hear me?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So the floor is yours,
Yes.
Excellency.
Thank you. Honorable Sabrine Kahar, Chairperson of the committee, distinguished members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to reiterate the sincere appreciation of the delegation of the government of the state of Eritrea for the constructive and substantive engagement held with this esteemed committee. The plenary dialogue has been a meaningful learning process for both sides. For the Eritrean delegation, it provided a valuable opportunity to present the progress achieved with our national context, as well as the challenges encountered in the discharge of our responsibilities under the implementation of the ACERWC. We trust that the committee has been able to thoroughly consider the strides made by Eritrea in this regard. This engagement has further offered an important platform to present a comprehensive overview of Eritrea's ongoing efforts to advance the rights and welfare of children, efforts firmly grounded in national ownership, community participation, and an integrated policy framework. It has also enabled a candid and constructive exchange of persistent challenges alongside the practical measures being undertaken to address them. As reflected throughout our presentations, Eritrea's approach remains anchored in the principle of equity, accessibility, and sustainability, from strengthening community-based justice mechanisms and enhancing institutional coordination to advancing tangible gains in health, education, and social protection. Our efforts are guided by the overarching objective of ensuring that no child should be left behind. At the same time, we recognize that the full realization of the rights enshrined in the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child is a continuous and evolving process. Eritrea remains committed to sustaining and further intensifying its efforts for the promotion, protection, and fulfillment of the rights of all children. In conclusion, allow me to reaffirm my government's strong and unwavering commitment to the implementation of the ACERWC in the best interests of Eritrean children. The observations and recommendations that may be put forward by this distinguished committee will be given due and careful consideration as we continue to advance our efforts in the years ahead. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. So on the behalf of my colleagues, honorable members of the committee, I would like to sincerely thank you, the head of the delegation, Your Excellency, as well as the chargé d'affaires, Mr. Benyam, and all the members of the delegation of the Republic of Eritrea, present with us here online for the 45th session. Who actively participate in this constructive dialogue with the committee and who enabled us to better understand the implementation of the African Charter on the Right and Welfare of the Child. On the behalf of all the members of the committee and also on the behalf of the country rapporteurs, I would like to extend the committee's sincere congratulations to the government of Eritrea for this excellent constructive dialogue and encourage it to take all necessary measures to implement the committee's various recommendations. Thank you very much. We look forward for your next periodic report. And I can say this session is closed. I give the floor to Dr. Ayalo for some announcements.
All right. Thank you.
Greetings, Mr. Ayalo, as well.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Atom Ratab. Thank you very much, and good to see you. We were hoping to receive you here and to host you here in the Kingdom. But another time, hopefully, we'll see you here in Maseru. It's a great pleasure to see you online. All right. Thank you, Chair. I think we now break for tea. Lunch. Lunch. Looking at the time, so we come back exactly at 1 o'clock to proceed with the 1 hour. 1 hour is 2 o'clock. Yes. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Sorry about that. 2 o'clock. Quarter to 2. 1 hour. Yeah, I wanted to say like we take 1 hour. Yeah, quarter to 2. Then we proceed with the next segment of the program. I'm just trying to look at it. Okay. So in the afternoon, we'll proceed with the launch of the committee's study on harmful practices. And then right after that, we'll proceed with the consultation with regional economic communities in preparation for the second ministerial conference on violence against children. That session will be led by ACPF. And the launch of the study of the Committee on Harmful Practices will also proceed in collaboration with our partner organizations that we have worked on this project through the leadership of the Special Rapporteur on Child Marriage and Other Harmful Practices within the committee. Lunch will be served, as in the case with the previous days, in 2 areas. All our guests are invited to join us for lunch on just right on the left side. But members of the committee and colleagues and heads of delegation from member states, you are invited to join us on the other side of the lunch area. To manage the space, please let us keep this arrangement to avoid long queues. Thank you very much, and we appreciate for your cooperation on this. Thank you so much.
tutuuseewo nti nkomawo nkya ate ku lwokuna nfuluma ssaawa 12 ez'okumakya n'ekirala ebyaffe byo bituuseewa Lwanga ndi byaffe kale sooka onziremu emmotoka batuuseewo gimaliriza kubanga nina ogifuna enkya. to me.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, dear participants. We will continue with the program of this day with a panel on the launch of the ACERWC thematic report on harmful practices affecting children in Africa. So I want to call Honorable Kimbo, the Special Rapporteur on Child Marriage and other harmful practices, and also Honorable Satan as Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Children. So Honorable Satan will moderate this panel. We will have 3 or 4 speakers and also child representative. Welcome, Honorable Kimbo.
Thank you.
You will give us your welcome remarks for 5 minutes. Yeah, you have the floor. For the moderator, you have to call yes, all yes, of course. Yeah, thank you for raising that. Thank you. So the floor is yours, Honorable Satan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have our distinguished panelists who are joining us. Ms. Manjang from the Secretariat. We also have Sally Cooper, the Regional Representative for Southern Africa, Equality Now, Mr. Musashi Tofa from the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and we have 2 children representatives, Alan Caroline, as well as Shilo Akimbo, joining us. We'll start the panel after Honorable Kembo's welcome. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator Satan. Honorable Kembo, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor for this slot. I think it is my honor and privilege to give this remark. Honorable members of the committee, distinguished state parties representative, distinguished members of national human rights institution, and distinguished participants from civil society organization. I will not forget our participants from our international organization and partners, not forgetting also our children here present. I've said it is my privilege to welcome you all to the launch of the thematic report on harmful practices affecting children in Africa, which the committee adopted during the last session. Today we reflect on one of the most persistent and complex challenges disproportionately affecting girls across our continent. I've named child marriage and female genital mutilation. I mean, although we've been engaged in decades through legal reform, advocacy, commitment, I think we all noticed that child marriage and female genital mutilation continue to affect millions of girls on our continent. And the question we must ask ourselves, and the question which we try to ask through this report, is why do these practices persist despite our effort to eliminate them? And I think this was precisely the focus of the report. The report interrogates the status of child marriage and female genital mutilation, and assesses the extent to which existing normative standards are translated into effective protection in practice. So it is connecting the practices to the standards. We also trying to connect also existing intervention to address the underlying social norms that sustain these practices. The report captures the experiences of 5 regions of Africa. We've selected two countries per region, analyzing the normative framework, but also analyzing implementation. We've noticed weak accountability. We also notice entrenched social and cultural and religious norms, weak harmonization of legislation in the various countries. We see also a continuous coexistence between statutory, customary, and religious systems that in some instances undermine one another, and thereby creating ambiguity where clarity and protection are needed. Distinguished guests, the report recognizes that the context within which we are working is continuously evolving, and with emerging issues such as conflicts. There are many more conflicts on the continent erupting every day, but there's also the challenge of climate change, and those are becoming structural drivers that reinforce harmful practices, often pushing already vulnerable families towards harmful practices as coping mechanism. Simultaneously, we are witnesses concerning trend of social resistance, and we've also witnessed normative backlash in some of our countries. That includes attempts to weaken or reverse legal protection that we have taken years to establish. We've also noted where there was legislation. We also noted the issue of implementation, on at times turning victims into offenders in some of our countries. Distinguished guests, even within this complexity, the study illustrates that change is possible, And indeed, it is already taking place. Progress is achievable when legislation is complemented by implementation and coordination among relevant stakeholders and the promotion within the community. The report shows us that response which engages community including traditional and religious leaders as well as children themselves are more likely to yield results in measurable reduction in prevalence and more durable shift. So we have the opinion that not only the law is important on this issue, yes, the law, but also the implementation, but also the social norms, but also tradition, including traditional and religious leaders. In closing, I would say that the responsibility is shared across member states, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, NGOs, communities, and individuals. And each of us has a role to play in translating this recommendation provided in the study into action. I think we have strive for an African fit for its children, and one where we eliminate harmful practices like female genital mutilation and child marriage. I think it is one of the core aspirations of Agenda 2040. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Kembo. Now the floor is for the moderator, Honorable Satan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Allow me to stand on existing protocol. I'd like to start by thanking Honorable Kembo for her leadership in driving this thematic report on harmful practices affecting children in Africa. This report, developed by the committee under her mandate in partnership with Equality Now, is very timely. As she highlighted, it focuses on female genital mutilation, FGM, and child marriage, two of the most persistent and grave violations of children's rights, particularly girls on our continent. I am honored to moderate this portion of the lunch. Our primary objective with this lunch today as well is to disseminate the findings and the recommendations, as well as provide a platform for key stakeholders to also reflect, especially in terms of actionable change. And so we will proceed accordingly. To start us off, I would like to invite Husenatu Manjang, a legal researcher from the committee secretariat, to present the key findings as well as the recommendations of the thematic report. Husenatu, over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Satang, for the floor. And good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, members of the committee, Excellencies, representatives of member states, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. But can you please help me with projecting the PowerPoint? Thank you. My name is Husenatu, and I'll present the findings of the report before we open the panel discussion. The next slide, please. So this report, it focuses on female genital mutilation and child marriage and was adopted at the 46th Ordinary Session. And as Honorable Satang mentioned, was possible through the partnership with Equality Now, and we sincerely appreciate their support. The study comes at a critical moment in the context of years of advocacy on these two issues and indeed legal reform across various countries. But despite this, we note that harmful practices continue to persist widely. There are explicit normative standards protecting against these practices, including the African Children's Charter, the Maputo Protocol, among others. But what is increasingly evident is that legislation and policy guidance alone is not enough. And there are a plethora of barriers which pose serious challenges to change, such as structural inequalities, weak enforcement, stigma, and a lack of survivor support. Next slide, please. And so while we do operate within this environment, there is also progress on the ground, and I will share a few examples from the report later in my presentation. But it's within this broader context that the committee undertook the development of this report to assess the current status. And so to ensure that we have a representative and balanced analysis, the report adopts a regional case study approach where countries from all of the 5 regions have been selected. And the selection was based on several criteria, which is the prevalence of FGM or child marriage, engagement with regional and international human rights mechanisms, documented good practices, a diversity of legal contexts, including countries with strong enforcement frameworks, and those where harmful practices have not yet been criminalized, and judicial interventions that have shaped legal protection for children. So based on this, the country case studies were Chad and Cameroon, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Sudan, Egypt, Malawi and Zimbabwe, and Nigeria and Mali. The next slide, please. Before delving into the country-by-country assessment, the report first presents a general status update on FGM and child marriage with key protection gaps identified. So on the status, the committee's findings align with those of UNICEF and other stakeholders. And in 2024, the estimates are that approximately there are 144 million FGM cases in the continent, which accounts for 62% of the global total, and that globally 12 million girls are married each year. And turning to the protection gap, and then that there are estimates of 127 million child brides within the continent. Turning to the protection gaps, on FGM, of the 27 African countries with national prevalence data, 4 still lack specific legislation banning the practice. And on child marriage, data shows that only 18 of the 55 member states do have an explicit minimum age of marriage at 18 without exception. So the common loopholes may be allowing marriage with parental or judicial consent, exclusions to religious and customary marriages from minimum age requirements, or discriminatory laws for boys and girls. And even where countries have raised the minimum age, far fewer have put in place comprehensive frameworks that include prevention, redress, and protection of survivors' rights, including the right to leave a marriage, rights to inheritance, property, and citizenship. The next slide, please. Based on this mapping, we developed a checklist to assess how national laws and policies are addressing FGM and child marriage in practice. And the checklist is based on the joint general comments of the committee and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on ending child marriage, as well as the joint general comment on ending FGM. And so it's with this framework that we use to evaluate whether the national responses are comprehensive. And we clustered it into 8 thematic areas with indicators under each. So 1 is for the minimum age of marriage, and one of the indicators is 18 as the minimum age with no exception. And then we also have criminalization and prohibition. The third thematic focus is survivor-centered protection measures. The 4th is prevention and awareness raising. The next slide. The 5th is access to justice and legal empowerment. The 6th is customary, religious, and traditional laws. The 7th was data collection and research. And the final one is budgeting and resource allocation, and whether there is dedicated funding and capacity building in place to ensure long-term impact. Next slide. And so using this checklist, the findings that have been identified are that in Nigeria, there is a need to harmonize federal and state laws, and the current inconsistencies create gaps in protection and limit enforcement to a certain extent. In Egypt, where legal provisions against FGM do exist, the findings show that enforcement remains weak, and there may be a need for introducing mandatory reporting and stronger penalties. For Sudan and Mali, where conflict and instability affect service delivery, there is a need for more context-specific approaches that ensure continued access to protection and support even during crisis. Other findings include the need for stronger data systems. For example, in Malawi, more robust data is needed to understand the full extent of FGM and reach hidden cases. In Ethiopia and Malawi, engaging religious leaders has shown potential to shift harmful norms and support legal awareness, which is an approach that can be scaled up in other countries. In Zimbabwe, revising and implementing the National Action Plan, along with training for law enforcement personnel, is crucial towards enhancing access to justice. And finally, in Somalia, there needs to be stronger alignment between customary and statutory law to ensure consistency with regional child rights standards. And across all contexts, sustainable funding remains a common gap, especially with shifts in global donor priorities. And also from these countries, there are cross-cutting challenges. Next slide, please. The study does highlight encouraging examples of good practice and of progress and good practices across different contexts. In several countries, judicial interventions have reaffirmed legal protection for girls, reinforcing that harmful practices are incompatible with human rights standards. So one of the examples from the report is from Uganda. In 2023, a constitutional court case struck down customary and religious law provisions that conflicted with the constitutional minimum age of marriage and firmly upheld 18 as the legal standard. Second, law reform remains a key driver, both in closing legal loopholes and in preventing backlash. And these reforms are often reflect strong collaboration between legislators and civil society actors. At the community level, in many countries, religious and traditional leaders have become important allies, using their authority or their position to support the elimination of harmful practices. In Malawi, a standout example is Chief Teresa, who was known as the terminator of child marriage. She annulled over 3,500 child marriages. She banned harmful initiation camps. She required sub-chiefs to sign anti-child marriage agreements. And she also led door-to-door campaigns promoting girls' education. Another example of good practice is youth-led advocacy, which is really increasingly becoming important. And young people are creating awareness, but they are also reframing public narratives and creating space for accountability. So for example, in Zimbabwe, I don't know how to pronounce the name, but Natarishe, who is now an adult, when she was 17, she introduced Taekwondo as an entry point to have difficult conversations relating to child marriage. And she was inspired in a context where girls as young as 10 are subjected to child marriage. And to address this solution, she created martial arts classes for both girls or young women who are married or not. And after the training, she facilitates open discussion about rights, experiences, and future. And finally, we also noted as a positive example the effectiveness of adaptable and context-sensitive strategies, from mobile services to community networks, to ensure that girls are not left behind during crisis. And in the report, it gives an example of Ethiopia in 2021 under the UNFPA and UNICEF joint program. In COVID-19, when restrictions on movement were in place, this program pivoted to interactive voice recordings on mobile phones to shift communication, to continue the life skills training through a different mode of communication. And it was recorded that at least 6,000 girls across 8 regions participated and received weekly content on FGM, facilitating peer discussions and co-designing the material themselves. And so these stories together, they remind us that yes, the challenges are real, but also the momentum is real. And each success is building the foundation for the next positive breakthrough. The next slide, please. As I wrap up my presentation, I just want to briefly highlight the key recommendations emanating from the study. The first is about alignment of legislative measures. National, customary, and religious frameworks need to be aligned with the African Children's Charter, the Maputo Protocol, and the Joint General Comments. And critically, the minimum age of marriage has to be 18 without exception. No exception for parental consent or customary or religious exemptions. And it's also important for legislation to go beyond criminalizing these practices, but must also address prevention, response, and support for survivors. The second recommendation is about coordinated and multi-sectoral implementation. And this means establishing national coordination bodies that bring together ministries, civil society, traditional and religious leaders, and ensure that their responses are embedded within broader national development strategies. The third recommendation is towards promoting community engagement and social norm change. The report calls for stakeholders to engage traditional, religious, and community leaders to denounce harmful practices publicly, and also further to support community dialogues that are inclusive, intergenerational, locally and survivor-led to shift the norms that sustain them. The fourth recommendation is on data collection and monitoring, and specifically the strengthening of civil registration and child protection databases with disaggregated data by age, gender, geography, and other categories, and also to ensure regular reporting to the committee on its treaty obligations. The fifth recommendation is about sustained political will and allocation of adequate resources, meaning dedicated budget lines in relevant ministries, adequate funding for implementing agencies, and making full use of mechanisms like the special mechanisms within this committee, the special rapporteurs, AU champions, and also goodwill ambassadors. And sixth, but perhaps most important, is empowering girls and young women as agents of change. Ultimately, the long-term elimination of these practices requires girls to have a seat at the table in shaping the policies that affect them. Through safe platforms, mentorships, girl-led organizations, and gender transformative education, this is possible. Next slide. Thank you very much for your attention, and I also want to inform you that in the QR code that we circulated, you can scan it and you'll be able to access the full version of the report on the committee's website, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Husanatu, for the comprehensive presentation, short as well, but comprehensive. And I think it really gives us insight. Again, please do look out and access the full report of the thematic report in terms of illustrating how far we've come, especially in terms of the development of norms and standards at the regional level, including the two general comments that she mentioned, but also at the national level, including the national legal frameworks we have. But the reality also, as she highlighted, is that we do have the legal frameworks. And my own research recently, especially looking at the politics of criminalizing harmful practices, including FGM, showcases very much aligned with the thematic report, showcases how legal bans can hit the wall. What we may have on the ground is paper tigers. So definitely very much important, especially in terms of some of the case studies and the best practices, as well as the recommendations in terms of how we ensure that we do not just have the laws in place, but we have the implementation mechanisms. And I think one other reality is that laws alone are not enough, that it needs to be multi-sectoral, that includes obviously the laws, the enforcement, the public awareness, but also obviously very much important, the engagement of young people, especially girls as well. And so in looking at the report as a roadmap, now we transition into our panel. And we're joined by representatives from civil society, from the regional bodies, as well as children themselves. And as already highlighted, we have 4 panelists. So we have Sally, we have Munashi, who is joining us online, and we also have Alan as well as Shilon with us here today. And so we'll start with Sally. And I wanted to start with saying that, as we know with the findings of the thematic report, it does show that legal bans on FGM, but also child marriage, remain inconsistently enforced across the 10 focus countries. And so from your own experience, especially with the work that Equality Now does in the continent, but also globally, what are the most significant structural barriers that prevent these legal prohibitions from being translated into real protection for girls? And what initiatives has Equality Now undertaken to address this challenge, especially in terms of acting as best model and best practices for different key stakeholders? Thank you. Over to you.
Allow me to rise on all protocol observed and to appreciate this moment, which is a moment where we are continuing with what the 46th Ordinary Session did in commemorating the 35th anniversary of the Children's Charter. So Africa as a continent, we have been leading because it's the Children's Charter that actually put in 18 as age of marriage without exceptions. So from our experience as Equality Now, we have realized that as the continent have been progressing and as we commemorate the legal gains on paper, the reality has been that girls are still vulnerable. And we try to look into what could be the reason. And it's all coming to one word, Honorable, called implementation. So when we look at implementation, it calls on different mandate holders to enforce the law. It calls on two sides of the coin where those that have rights, which are children and girls, are not aware of the laws that are in place. How our laws are structured, packaged, and how they make a difference in children's lives, we have realized that this was a moment where with this study we have been tested to say, is it easy for children to access it? Does the education curriculum, even the subjects and those that are examinable, include the curriculum that provides knowledge, not to legal practitioners, but also to everyone, as children, as everyone have a responsibility to protect children on the continent. The other issue around implementation is that as the laws have been passed, they were not accompanied by a readily available resource architecture. So on implementation, when we look at where is the mandate of protecting children lying, you could see that different government departments were claiming children, but no one came to the party to do the work. So you could see other children featuring on the youth architecture, on the women for the girls architecture, the social protection, the education, the health. But to then consolidate all that, you could see there are different legal frameworks, different architecture, different structures at all levels, which then brought in the discord or the disjointed implementation. The other one is really around, even amongst the mandate holders or duty bearers, they were also not aware of the law and how they can connect with other supporting mechanisms. So while the law had been there, we could see that those who are charged with the mandate to implement were not organized, coordinated, capacitated, or adequately resourced to do the required. There have been seasons also on the continent where the laws have been tested because once the countries get in conflict, there's a whole different process that comes into play. There's a new legal framework or coordination framework that comes in to save lives or to offer rapid response. There are displacements that comes in. And to access social protection by law, public service is also structured where it's attached to access to documentation. So we have seen children being vulnerable because they don't have documentation for them to be registered, to be recorded, and also to be supported. We were also tested in COVID because when you look at COVID, climate change, floods, and other natural disasters, they are traditionally in a different governance architecture, not our usual child protection ones. And then with change in governments around election processes, we have seen transitions in governments, transitions in duty bearers, some being promoted, being moved, so that also affected the ecosystem. So from our work as Equality Now, we've done legal advocacy to work with policymakers, human rights mechanisms, children, civil society actors for promoting a multi-sectoral approach, doing the legal analysis, offering technical support to those who make the law to be comprehensive. We have supported also other actors and other national advocacy work through partnerships to look into the protection mechanisms of survivors. And we have also audited and provided policy briefs to support the duty bearers. So as we move, we have seen that the laws can make a difference or can provide full protection of children if they are clear, if they are harmonized, if they are resourced, and if they are enforced across all ecosystems, where there are no loopholes, where there is no justification, and where there is no tolerance to exceptions and any to exceptions, especially that weaken girls' protection. So some of the recommendations for the committee considerations and this session considerations include full alignment of laws to international law and commitments by member states, because member states are honorable. They are part to human rights instruments at United Nations level, at African Union level, within their regional mechanisms. So the obligations are clear. What is required is to strengthen that national implementation, because member states remain the primary duty bearer to protect children through the law. We also have child participation platforms through the child parliamentarians, child council, the education system, which I think member states, through the leadership of the committee, can consider institutionalizing in the formal oversight, accountability, and implementation architecture. And then when we look at the auditing of where each law sits in terms of who needs to do what, at what level, when, and with what resources, I think through the committee, member states can be urged to consolidate or to audit all coordination mechanisms at all levels in the countries, all duty bearers that are related to protecting children, and there be platforms that are resourced for a coordinated, consolidated way at all levels so that there is consistency and capacity strengthening of those that are charged with access to justice and supporting survivors. Some of the gaps on protection of survivors around the law have been absence of legal remedies and the law protections to ensure that as children can actually have the capacity to void the marriage, to also have custodianship, to also not have their citizen evoked for the cross-border nature of child marriage. For the secrecy that happens, we have seen countries even mobilizing communities like in Kenya to stand in the way for reporting. So strengthening community oversight and accountability to protect children who want to use the law is something that we would also recommend. And then the issue around law enforcement, the justice ecosystem in terms of all that charged with the roles and responsibilities for protection also need a legal framework that supports them to get adequate resources and for it to be mandatory for children to access support, because we are losing children where life post the ending of the marriage, their re-entry into school is still not protected by the law and provided for, and the resources the national budgets also don't provide for such. Then the issue around financing and inclusive partnership frameworks to elevate a multi-stakeholder resource coordination is another recommendations, and linking legal prohibition to social protection programs so that we have a seamless support system. So in conclusion, I would say failure of implementation and enforcement is not just about failure in law, but it's failing to protect children, and it also create a vulnerable base for our continent for sustainable development. So it's about making sure that the law is known by the rights holders, who are the children, and that it is accessible, and that the structures, institutions, and practitioners who have the mandate are adequately resourced by information, by practical support on the tools, and they are continuously trained and engaged in child-centered or survivor-centered approaches. So with this session being a turning point on this report, I think we are at a point where we can accelerate progress by ensuring that laws are more comprehensive and that we move from real paper protection to real life. The girls and the children of Africa are waiting, and from this moment we believe and we stand ready as Equality Now and other CSOs to continue journeying with the committee and member states towards an Africa fit for children and free from FGM and child marriage. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally, for your intervention, and we, as the committee, appreciate the continued partnership with Equality Now. As you highlighted quite a bit, but I think one key takeaway as well is that laws themselves are only as strong as the political will and the resources behind them. And so also brings us to especially the important role of regional oversight. And especially when we look at civil society and the work that they do from the ground up, that we also do need the regional economic communities to pull from the top down. And so that is why we do have, and hopefully, he's online. Yes, he's online. Mr. Munashi Tofa from the SADC Parliamentary Forum, who's joining us online to talk a little bit and share with us insights about the role that the SADC Parliamentary Forum plays, especially in supporting national parliaments to translate the model law on eradicating child marriage into legislation. As we know, the model law has indeed inspired legislative action in both Mozambique, for instance, as well as Malawi, but progress, as have already highlighted, remains uneven across the region. And so if you can share with us in terms of what the Parliamentary Forum is currently doing, especially in accelerating adoption among member states, as well as ensuring enforcement. Over to you, Munashi. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Can you confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you for this platform that we can also share what the forum is doing as it pertains to also contributing in the fight against child marriages. And Honorable Chairperson, I'll also write on the existing protocols and get straight into the remarks that the Secretary General was supposed to present. And I'll start by extending warm greetings from the Secretary General, Ms. Boemo Sekoma, who unfortunately could not be with us today and has instead delegated that I deliver this intervention on her behalf. And with that in mind, honorable members and colleagues in the room, I will ground this intervention in the faces of young people that have lived through child marriages across the region, specific to the SADC region and across Africa, as it were. I think, Honorable Chairperson, you may have read the story of one child called Melody in Zimbabwe, who was married off and put into a life of abuse and abandonment as a child. And she was 13 at the time, and she bore twins, and she was deserted by her husband. You may also have heard the story of a lady or a child called Tamara. Of course, the name has been changed. In Malawi, who was also deserted by her husband. And at 9 months into her pregnancy, she had nowhere to sleep and no source of income. And she was also 13 at the time. And these are only but two stories of such scenarios which continue to define our region and as the presentations have also noted, defining our continent. And in both cases, as it is in many more similar ones, the girls were left to navigate a world of poverty without even the basic identification documents needed to access healthcare or social welfare for their children. That is why the forum, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, made a promise to the girls of the region through the SADC model law on eradicating child marriages and protecting those already in marriage. It is also why the forum also associates itself with this occasion on the launch of the thematic report on harmful practices. And through these documents, I think we declared that childhood is not negotiable and that the bodies and futures of our children are not commodities to be bartered in times of hardship. And you may be aware also, Honorable Chair, that this year we are celebrating a decade following the development of the model law on child marriages. But as we celebrate, we are also, I think, enjoined to audit our conscience. This exhortation stems from the mere fact that recent studies advise that it will take 200 years to eradicate this harmful practice in our region. So, and we do not have the luxury of time. And certainly Melody and Tamara, the examples that I gave, certainly do not have 200 years. But notwithstanding, we must acknowledge also the strides that we've made through the partnerships that have endured with civil society organizations, international cooperating partners, donors, and member states and of national parliaments of member states across the region. The model law has served as a powerful legal compass. We have seen landmark court rulings through strategic litigation and legislative reforms in member states such as Mozambique, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, among others, that have raised the minimum age of marriage to 18, as was presented in the summary of the report. In Zimbabwe, for example, the age of consent to sex and marriage was aligned at 18. The Marriage Act of 2022 explicitly defined a child as anyone below the age of 18 and criminalized all forms of marriage, including criminal charges of up to 5 years for those who solemnize such unions. And these are only but a few, it's only but a few of the examples of the successes that we've recorded across the region following the development of this model law. And furthermore, the forum with its partners is on the cusp of launching the digital dashboard that will, and the monitoring and evaluation framework that will allow us to track progress in real time across all member states on issues and indicators pertaining to the operationalization of the model law. But Honorable Chairperson, you also may wish to be aware that this dashboard also tells us a sobering story. We have seen a modest drop in prevalence across the region, and while we celebrate that, progress is also dangerously uneven, as the moderator noted, with rural areas remaining deeply entrenched in the practice of child marriages, and in this case also harmful practices such as female genital mutilation. And about 7 out of 16 member states still allow legal exceptions to the minimum age of marriage, and this presents a loophole to perpetuate these cycles of abuse. And but today probably we ought to celebrate the 9 member states also that have removed these exceptions and that have committed themselves to ensuring that the scourge of child marriages is dealt with and dealt with decisively. Honorable Chairperson, going forward, therefore, it is tried to opine that if we are going to eradicate the scourge of child marriages, we must focus on pathways to fix the engine of implementation. Primarily, the fuel of this engine is domestic resource mobilization, because trends over the past decade have shown an increasing donor fatigue, and this has affected implementation of some key projects and programs. And member states and partners alike cannot build shelters, provide avenues for re-entry into education, or the construction of safe houses solely on the goodwill of international partners, who also, in some instances, have their own priorities, domestic priorities. So, to that end, we must ensure that national parliaments also, including the parliamentarians, are capacitated to advocate for adequate budgetary support for child protection, as well as the implementation of the various regional, continental regional normative frameworks, as mentioned by Saline in a submission. Additionally, I must also emphasize that the partnership is the sine qua non for to mobilize resources that will complement government efforts. We know governments cannot also do it alone, but with also partnerships which are strategically positioned to advocate for change, we are likely to get the results that we look forward to. The world has changed since 2016, as I mentioned, and we are seeing child marriages spike in the wake of climate disasters and online misinformation, which normalizes exploitation. And therefore, our funding and policies must be agile enough to meet these emerging threats. But it will also be remiss of me not to mention that the fight against child marriages must not and is not siloed, and therefore we must be able to draw linkages with other model laws and normative frameworks. For example, the model law on child marriages intersects with the model law on gender-based violence and other regional commitments such as the Maputo Protocol, and the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development. And therefore, it is fundamentally true that when a girl is forced into marriage, she often experiences violence. And when she's denied education, she's more vulnerable to the health crisis and less likely to be able to participate effectively in the economy. And therefore, finally, we must also not forget children that are already trapped in these marriages, as the model law, the title of the model law seeks to achieve. Criminalization alone is not protection. If a 16-year-old mother has the courage to leave a forced marriage, what pathway awaits her? So let us move beyond recommendations that end at recommendations or pointing a direction, but we can go a step further in coming up with pathways, establishing pathways to address the challenges that a child in marriage might face. As it stands, too many places, in too many places, she'll face challenges of statelessness because of limited access to documentation, poverty, and a locked school gate. There are very few countries across the region which have school re-entry policies for children who would have dropped out of school because of marriage. So what are we supposed to do? What are we doing? Can we come up with standards or normative frameworks, guidelines to guide the development of national school re-entry policies? We must also develop pathways to protection that are concrete and funded. This means also creating education pathways, as evidence shows that protective laws only work when paired with free, accessible secondary education. A survivor is also entitled to free compulsory education during and after pregnancy, along with special policies for girls in rural areas, affirmative action, essentially. It also means creating financial inclusion pathways. We cannot tell a child bride to leave a marriage only to consign her to destitution. We must ensure that these survivors access to skills training, microfinance, inheritance rights, and access to social security programs. And this can be done through our partnerships that will exist between the committee, civil society, and regional economic communities. And the forum, you may be aware that it also has a framework that a partnership framework that we also utilize in ensuring that also those who are interested in participating or collaborating with the forum can also collaborate in implementing activities that will inform the role of Parliament or the effective implementation of the role of Parliament. I also add that if a girl is a wife, she's also a worker and a potential entrepreneur, and she needs access to capital and the legal right to own property. So I'll conclude, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chairperson, by noting that the SADC model law gave us a blueprint, and the digital dashboard, which are going to launch sometime in July 2026 at the plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, will also give us the map. But the journey requires our collective political, financial, and technical will, as has been mentioned by the panelists who came before me. And we ought to refuse that in the coming decade, we again craft beautiful resolutions, paper tigers like the moderator mentioned. But we continue to bury Melody and Tamara, who I mentioned earlier as I eased into my remarks. That is why I am hopeful that in the next decade we'll also celebrate that which will have undeniably and irrevocably delivered through our partnership and collaborative frameworks, and through the work that the sterling work that the committee is doing in ensuring that the issue of child marriages and child protection, child rights remains on the continental and regional agenda. So I thank you, and over to you, moderator.
Thank you. Thank you, Munashi, for the intervention, and please do extend our appreciation to the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, but also for setting the context for us, especially on the model law, which is a good illustration to showcase that legislative harmonization, especially across borders, is critical in our work. But as you rightly said, partnership is key, and we're, as a committee, very much welcome the opportunity for the continued partnership, especially in terms of the model law being used as an example and good practice, especially for other countries as well. And so at this point, we now move to our bias, but this is the most vital part of the lunch, which is the session that we're engaging with our children representative, really leveraging the voices of children themselves, girls as agents of change. We have Alan, who is joining us from Malawi. She's 16. And also just to note that she will speak in her national language of Chichewa. So please do, if you don't speak Chichewa, please take, translation will be available. I will turn to Alan to, yes, translation will be available from the headset. Correct, yes. Yeah. So we'll give you a couple of minutes to, seconds to get the headset, yes, to provide a translation. Yeah. Okay, so Alan, welcome, and thank you for taking a break from school to be here with us, in this panel. And in your context, in Malawi, we have seen examples of change through the involvement of community leaders. In your own experience, what does it actually look like when a girl's voice is heard and taken seriously, especially in decisions that affect her, and what still needs to change, especially when that happens more often as well. So please, welcome. Thank you. Please put your hands together for Alan. Thank you.
Ndikuthokoza kwambiri chifukwa chondipatsa umwayi woyankhula pa msonkhano uno omwe ndi wofunika kwambiri popititsa patsogolo ufulu ndi umoyo wa ana muno mu Africa. Ndine Caroline Alani, ndi ndi zaka 16, ndachokera m'mudzi wotchedwa Dule, mboma la Mchinji, m'dziko la Malawi.
So it seems like we have it in French. We're
Channel 3. Oh, no.
So French is good. English?
Is there English? Are you sure that there's English?
Yes. So could the translators let us know when English is available so we can proceed? Any update?
Ndikuthokoza kwambiri chifukwa chondipatsa mwayi woyankhula pa msonkhano uno omwe ndi wofunika kwambiri popititsa patsogolo ufulu ndi umoyo wa ana muno mu Africa. Ndine Caroline Alani, ndili ndi zaka 16, ndachokera mudzi wotchedwa Dule, boma la Mchinji ku Malawi. Ndili pano osati ngati mtsikana yekha koma ngati atsikana, mawu atsikana ambiri amene amakanika kukwaniritsa masomphenya awo maka chifukwa cha zikhalidwe zina zomwe ndi zolakwika. Ndinalowa mbanja ndili ndi zaka 14. Iyi inali nthawi yomwe ndinkayenera kukhala ku sukulu ndi azanga kukonzekera tsogolo langa. Ine ndinatenga pakali njili wang'ono ndisakudziwa zotsatira zokugonana. Pa nthawi iyi umphawi unandikakamiza kulowa mu bwezi chifukwa mnyamatayo amandithandiza kuzosowa zanga, amagwira maganyu. Choncho ndinatenga pakali ndinakakamizidwa kulowa mbanja chifukwa makolo anga anati sangathe kundisamalira ndi mwana amene ndinkayembekezera. Chikhalidwe chathu nthawi zina chimapangitsa makolo kukanika kumasukirana ndi ana awo maka pa nkhani zokhuza uchembere ndi ubereki. Mapeto ake ana amapanga ziganizo zosayenera chifukwa chosowa uphungu ndi uthenga woyenera. Ukwati wa ana ndi nkhani yovuta kwambiri. Atsogoleri ena achikhalidwe amathandizanso mchitidwewo. Izi zimachitika chifukwa chakuchuluka kwa manja mudzi. Zimatanthauza kuti ali ndi mphamvu ndi ulamuliro wochuluka. Zipembedzo zinanso zimanyadira kuchuluka kwa manja omwe ali mipingo yawo. Moti ukwati uliwonse umangolandiridwa popanda kuganizira za umoyo wa mwana wang'ono umene akulowa m'banjalo. Kulowa m'banja ndilo wachichepere kunatenga ufulu wanga, komanso kunandichedwetsa pa maphunziro anga amene ndinali nkuyesetsa kuti ndifikire maloto anga. Monga mwana sindinkadziwa kuti kubanja ndidzikatani. Choncho ndimangokhalira kukangala ndi mwamuna wanga komanso abale ake. mikangano ina imathera pakuti amandimenya ndi kundiyankhula mawu onyoza kwambiri, komanso ndimalepheranso kuti ndidzikwaniritsa bwanji mmene timalelera mwana. Ndalama zomwe ankapeza asanandikwatire zinaleka kukwana maka pamene mwana yemwe ndinkayembekezera atabadwa. Masiku ena timangokwanitsa kudya kamodzi ndipo pena osadya kumene. Ndinakakamizika kumagwira maganyu m'minda kuti ndipeze thandizo. Nditazindikira kuti maudindo omwe ndikuseza si msinkhu wanga, ndipo ndinali okondwa pamene alangizi olimbikitsa kuti pazikhala kulumikizana pakati pa ana ndi makolo atandipeza. Iwowo akandichotsa ku banja ndikundionetsa kuti ine ndi makolo anga tayamba kulumikizana komanso kumasukirana, motero kuti anandilandiranso pa khomo pawo ndi kuyamba kundipatsa chisamaliro choyenera. Ndimathokoza kwambiri bungwe la yoneko lomwe mothandizana ndi ofesi yoona achinyamata komanso social welfare anayambitsa ndondomeko zolimbikitsa kuti pazikhala kulumikizana ndi kumasukirana pakati pa ana achisodzera ndi makolo awo. Ndimathokozanso bungwe la UNFPA yomwe limapereka thandizo la zachuma kuti ntchito yabwino chotere izitheka m'dera mwathu. Mafumu akudera kwathu nawonso ndimawayamika povomereza ndondomekoyi ndi kulimbikitsa makolo ndi ana kuti azitenga nawo gawo mu mikumano yolimbikitsa kulumikizana pakati pa makolo ndi ana. Pamene ndikuyankhula ndine okondwa kwambiri chifukwa ndinabwerera ku sukulu ndipo ndikuzindikira kuti loto langa lodzakhala namwino lilipobe ndipo ndidzakwaniritsa. Ndili nchiyembekezo kuti zaka zikubwerazi ndidzabweranso kumkumano ngati yomwe uno nditavala uniform ya unamwino kudzapereka umboni kuti loto langa ndalifikira. Ngakhale ndili okondwa chonchi, komabe kuli asungwana ena omwe nawonso akumana ndi mavuto osiyanasiyana maka chifukwa cha zikhalidwe zina zomwe ndizolakwika. Iyi ndi chifukwa chake nditachoka ku banja ndikubwerera ku sukulu. Ndimatumikira asungwana azanga ku sukulu ndi ma youth club powawunikira zokuyipa kolowa mbanja ali achichepere. Ndimathokoza aphunzitsi anga, mafumu akudera kwathu komanso atetezi a ana a dera lathu. Amandipatsa chilimbikitso ndi mphamvu zomatenga nawo mbali pa ntchito yoonetsa kuti asungwana ena asadzakumane ndi zomwe ine ndadutsamo. Panopa zinthu ku Malawi zikusiyana ndi kale. Chachikulu chomwe ndikuona ndi chakuti pali ndondomeko zomwe zikukhazikitsidwa m'madera kuti asungwana azikhala ndi uthenga woyenera, kuti azitha kupanga ziganizo zoyenera komanso kutenga mbali pa zokambirana zomwe zimakhudza umoyo wawo. Panopa asungwana ndikumayankhula nkhawa zathu ku magulu olimbikitsa zaufulu kwa afumu ndi njira zina kuphatikizako wireless ndi nyumba ya malamulo ya ana. Panopa akhala kuti patsa mpata ngati asungwana kuti tilankhule pa nkhani zokhudza mavuto omwe timakumana nawo. Taonapo adindo ndi anthu akudera akutenga mbali yawo pothana ndi mavuto a atsikana. Mwachitsanzo, anthu akudera m'masukulu ena a primary ndi secondary kwamangidwa zipinda zokuti asungwana azigwiritsa ntchito pa nthawi yomwe akusamba. Izi zachepetsa chiwerengero cha asungwana omwe amakhala ku sukulu pa nthawi yomwe akusamba. Kuphatikizapo madandaulo a anthu okhudza nkhanza akhala akumvedwa ndipo ndaonapo mafumu akutsogolera ntchito zokhazikitsa malamulo kudera. Ngati kudera kwathu kuli lamulo lomwe makolo omwe sakutumiza mwana ku sukulu zomwe panopa ndi zaulere amalandira chilango. Izi ndi zina mwa zotsatira zomwe ndikuziona kuti zikubwera chifukwa chakuti panopa asungwana tili ndi mwayi wopereka nkhawa zathu kwa mafumu ndi adindo akudera. Ndimakhulupirira kuti umoyo wa atsikana ungasinthe osati powatsekulira zitseko zokha ayi, komanso kuwalola kuti azikhala ndi mphamvu komanso kuthekera kotsegula zitsekozo pawokha. Choncho mafumu, makolo ndi adindo akumudzi akuyenera kumapatsidwa maphunziro apadera kuti azitha kumvetsa ndi kulumikira moyenera. Kuwonjezerapo, lamulo palokha silingagwire ntchito ngati palibe chidwi choonetsetsa kuti anthu alidziwe kumalitsata. Ngati amanena kuti kusadziwa si njira yakuti munthu azembere chilango, koma zikamafika apo umakhala kuti ufulu wa mwanayo waphwanyidwa kale. Choncho nkoyenera kulimbikitsa ntchito zoteteza kuti nkhanza zoterezi zisamachitike ndi kuchitirapo kanthu. Pakufunikanso kusintha miyambo ndi ndondomeko zosiyanasiyana m'madera ena maganizo a anyamata amayikidwa patsogolo pamene asungwana amayembekeza kukhala achere ndi kusatenga nawo mbali. Maukwati a ana, umphawi komanso kuchepa kwa chitetezo m'masukulu zikupitirira kubwezera asungwana m'mbuyo. Pakufunika kulimbikitsa njira zopereka uphungu owonjezera thandizo pa ntchito zotukula maphunziro a atsikana komanso kuwapatsa maphunziro aluso la utsogoleri ndi kulimbikitsa ntchito zodziwitsa anthu nkhani zokhudza ufulu wa asungwana. Kuphatikiza apo, kusintha kwa chikhalidwe sikungatheke popanda abambo ndi anyamata omwe akuyenera kuzindikira utsogoleri ndi kupanga zisankho ndi udindo wa amuna ndi akazi omwe. Lero ndili mchiyembekezo ndikhulupirira kuti mtsikana aliyense ali ndi ufulu otetezedwa kunkhanza, kupita sukulu ndi kusankha tsogolo lake. Ndikupempha atsogoleri maboma ndi mabungwe onse kuti apitirize kulimbana ndi nkhanza ndi zikhalidwe zomwe zimalimbikitsa nkhanza zomwe asungwana amakumana nazo. Monga mmene ananenera purezidenti wakale wa dziko la South Africa Nelson Mandela kuti dziko lililonse lomwe silisamala nake silikukwanira kutchedwa dziko. Ndi mawu amenewa ndikufunirani zokambirana zabwino, zokambirana zopambana zomwe zidzetse mtendere ndi kulimbikitsa ufulu wa ana kuti azikwaniritsa kufikira masomphenya awo. Zikomo pondimvetsera mwachidwi.
Thank you, Alan. There are two extracts I wanted to just reiterate from her statement, given that we missed some of the translation at the beginning. One is, and I quote, "I was forced into child marriage when 2 months after turning the age of 14. This was a time when I should have been in school, playing with my peers and preparing for my future. This started when I fell pregnant at a very young age, when I was not fully aware of various sexual and reproductive health issues. At that time, poverty drove me into relationship with an 18-year-old young man." And then she said again, "As I speak today, I am very happy because I have returned to school, and I am confident that my dream of becoming a nurse is still alive and I will achieve it. I have hope that in the coming years, I will return to this conference like this, wearing a nurse's uniform to give testimony that I achieved my dream." Thank you, Alan. Thank you for the courage to share your story. Thank you for showing us what resilience is, despite the numerous challenges you face and continue to face, that your dreams are alive. And we look forward in the next couple of years to have you here in your uniform as an illustration that dreams do come true. Thank you. And now I turn to our younger representative, Sheila, who's 10 from Nigeria. We've heard from her before. And so we wanted to, Sheila, just to talk a little bit about technology and social media. As you know, it is a part of the everyday life for children across the continent. And we also do know that it can be a helpful tool, but sometimes as well, that it can be misused, especially as we think about how harmful practices are getting worse as well. As a young Nigerian girl, what is happening and what do you think governments and the committee must do to make sure that technology protects girls? Over to you. Thanks.
My name is Mishilo Asimi Akimbo. I am 10 years old. I am child representative for West Africa. I am from Nigeria. I am here to talk on misuses of technology, social media, and harmful practices. As a 10-year-old girl from Nigeria, technology is everywhere now. My phone is how I do some of my homework, talk to my cousins, and learn about the world. But it's also where I have seen the bad side. What's happening right now? 1. Online grooming and exploitation. Some men use WhatsApp and Facebook to pretend to be friends with girls, then pressure them into early marriage or sexual relationship. It's hard to say no when they promise money for your family. 2. harmful content and pressure. There are videos and posts that make child marriage look normal or respectable in our culture. It reinforces that some elders already believe. 3. Cyberbullying and shame. Girls who speak out against female genital mutilation, which means FGM, or refuse marriage get shame online. This threat spreads fast in school groups and it silences us. Peer pressure is bad. 4. Trafficking recruitment. Traffickers use social media apps like Instagram and TikTok to lure girls with fake jobs offers or opportunities like scholarships in their cities or countries. A recommendation to the government includes 1. Stronger laws plus reinforcement. The Child Rights Act needs to cover online abuse. 2. Police and cybercrime units should be trained to respond when girls repeat it and not dismiss it. 2. Digital literacy in schools. Teach us how to spot fake accounts, protect our privacy, and report abuse. Make it part of curriculum like math or science. 3. Safe reporting channels. Create a tool-free SMS and app line in local languages so girls without smartphones can still report harm safely and anonymously. 4. Work with platforms. Make Meta, TikTok, and WhatsApp take down content that promote child marriage or FGM faster and in our local languages in Africa. B. Recommendation to the ACERWC includes 1. Set clear standards. ACERWC should issue and guidelines that stay online safely for girls is part of child protection under the African Charter and the rights and welfare of the child that gives the countries a benchmark to follow. 2. Amplifying girls' voices. Create a youth panel where girls from across West Africa and other parts of Africa, including rural areas, can tell ACERWC directly what we are seeing online. Don't just talk about us, but talk with us always. 3. Hold governments accountable. Publish an annual report on which countries are protecting girls online and which aren't. Public pressure matter. 4. Support Teach for Good. Fund and scale up Africa-led app and helpline that gives girls access to counseling, legal aid, and watch information safely. Note, technology isn't good or bad on its own. It reflects what we put into it. If government and ACERWC treat online space like real space where our rights matter, then it can protect us instead of hurting us. C. Recommendation to the partners includes 1. Improve funding for child protection. 2. Improve child participation. 3. Address emerging issue on misuse of technology, social media, and harmful practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilon, for your powerful intervention, especially in terms of protecting young people, but also in terms of how to leverage technology to ensure that the protective environment is there, especially in terms of reporting and the broader ecosystem as well. I think both your intervention as well as Alan's intervention really is an illustration of why child participation is a core pillar of the African Charter. Before we transition into the open session, I can't pass this opportunity but to share a little brief reflection of my own. You both remind me of how I was many years ago, now I'm old, where I began my own path in human rights as a Gambian child representative to the Children's Parliament of the World at age 12 and served as the first speaker of the National Children's Parliament in the country. I share this to remind you both that titles don't really matter because you don't have one per se, and many of us don't, but that is precisely the point, that leadership is already happening in the ways that you show up, in the courage that you have in sharing your own stories, in the questions that you ask, and in the recommendations that you share with us as well. So you're not just the leaders of tomorrow. You are our colleagues in advocacy today. And so we thank you both. Thank you. And now we open the floor for intervention. I ask that you be brief and focused before we transition to the next panel. We'll open the floor by recognizing members of the committee. And we have our Honorable Vice Chair, who is also the Special Rapporteur on Child Participation. Honorable, thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Honorable Satan, modérateur de la présidence de séance. Je vais être bref, comme tu as su le dire. Je remercie très rapidement tous les panélistes pour leur présentation, qui a été très riche en informations et surtout en enseignements, parce que ça nous a permis de comprendre mieux cette réalité des mariages précoces et des pratiques culturelles néfastes. Et tout à l'heure, la traduction a coupé un peu. Je voulais poser la question à Anne-Caroline. J'ai entendu qu'elle était dans un foyer à 14 ans et qu'elle a eu un enfant. Et je voulais savoir combien d'enfants elle a eu, parce que j'ai cru entendre qu'elle a eu un deuxième enfant et qu'elle a maintenant 16 ans, qu'elle est repartie à l'école. Et son rêve, c'est d'être infirmière. Juste une petite précision, combien d'enfants elle a et où se trouvent les enfants et comment ça se passe. Je m'intéresse un peu à la vie de ces enfants et de leur devenir. Merci beaucoup, honorable Satan, modératrice.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. We'll come back to the panelists to respond. We do now want to, if we do not have any other honorable member of the committee, to invite member states, if any. Tanzania, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to add to the recommendation that we need to look at on how to promote positive parenting and family education so that it can help in all this that we are discussing here. Thank you.
Thank you to the representative from Tanzania. Any other member state? Malawi, can you go ahead?
Right, thank you so much, Chair and the moderator. I think firstly I would like to appreciate the committee by initiating this report, and we are happy that we were part and parcel of the consultation that occurred to have this report. As Malawi, we remain committed, noting that in the region, we are one of the countries that have higher prevalence regarding child marriage. But at the same time, we are also happy that as a state, we have been one of the countries that are doing well in terms of the political will and also the interventions that are on the ground. Currently, we have been referred to as one of these rising stars in ending child marriage, and we are happy for that, for the recognition. However, we are still learning from the other states in terms of how they have managed to reduce the prevalence of child marriage. An example, our neighbor Zambia, we've learned that they have drastically reduced the prevalence. We are happy to indicate that as a state, we've launched the national strategy on ending child marriage, which started implementation last year, and it will end 2030, of which most of the issues that have been highlighted in this report has a coherent and speaks to the strategy. And we're hopeful that with this report as a reference material, it will help us as we implement the interventions that are highlighted in the strategy. We're happy also to have one of the panelists as our child. We're very happy that she's bold enough to take head on and ready to achieve her goal. And I'm very thankful for the partners that have worked tirelessly to ensure that the dreams of the children like her are coming to reality. UNECO, UNFPA, just to mention a few. As I'm concluding, I would like to check with a colleague from SADC regarding the SADC protocol on ending child marriage. A very important tool, which my observation when I'm interacting with my fellow counterparts from other countries, I'm still seeing some gaps in terms of the implementation and domestication of the same. 10 years passed, we're still looking at how many countries have domesticated, and we've also seen differences in terms of the understanding of the tool, in terms of how is it to be domesticated. We might not respond here, but probably as a way of recommending that let's have a review and also do more of the advocacy and the awareness of the same, so that as the countries are implementing, they should be in line to what they're envisaging, noting that different countries or state parties have different ways of implementations. Otherwise, thank you so much, and we're ready to implement the recommendations from the report. Thank you.
Thank you to the representative from Malawi. We recognize Mozambique.
Obrigada. Agradeço a concessão da palavra. Como primeira vez a intervir, queria saudar a presidente do comitê e aos membros do comitê. Bom, nós como Moçambique estamos também a enfrentar um desafio muito grande para combater as uniões prematuras. No nosso país, as uniões prematuras, os casamentos prematuros, designamos de uniões prematuras, porque nunca aceitamos que união de crianças se chamasse casamento. Então, nós chamamos de uniões prematuras. Nós, em alguns anos, há 5 anos atrás, tínhamos uma incidência de 41%. Entretanto, os dados do ano antepassado, de forma assustadora, mostraram-nos um aumento. Nós implementamos uma estratégia que deve ter nos ajudado a reduzir. Entretanto, o efeito não foi o desejado. Tivemos um aumento e agora estamos a nos reorganizar para encontrar melhores formas para combater esta forma de violência. Nestes desafios e reflexões internas, estamos a concluir que é importante não desagregar o combate às uniões prematuras aos outros direitos, principalmente o direito à educação e à saúde, concretamente as questões de saúde sexual e reprodutiva para as raparigas. Também não é possível dissociar o combate às uniões prematuras às estratégias nacionais de combate à pobreza. Então, estamos neste momento a reorganizarmos e realinhar as nossas políticas de combate a esta forma de violência, considerando que as estratégias iniciais, mesmo com a aprovação do quadro legal, que é a Lei de Combate e Prevenção às Uniões Prematuras, com base no modelo da SADC, a revisão da Lei da Família, que fixa 18 anos como idade de casamento em Moçambique e tirou todas as exceções que haviam, e outro alinhamento do quadro legal relativamente à proteção alternativa de menores. Ainda não conseguimos ter os resultados pretendidos. Estamos a aperfeiçoar cada vez mais as nossas políticas e as intervenções para combater as uniões prematuras. Obrigada.
Muito obrigada to the representative from Mozambique. If we do not have any other representative from the, sorry, I cannot. We have representative from Zimbabwe, Egypt, then we'll do Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I would like to appreciate my pleasure for being in this session and listening to these conversations. When we talk from the Egyptian context, one of the things that happened in Egypt that we have this the legal framework, the changes in how the law sees these two practices is positive. But on the other hand, this did not change into changing of the adoption of the procedures themselves. There is awareness. All surveys and studies that are done on that tell us that people are aware that that's a harmful practice. But this was not shifted into a change in how people react. People adapted to the messages we say to the communities, but it did not change the practice itself. Now it became either a medical practice, it's a medical condition, it is a private thing, it's a religious belief, but it did not change into shifting away from the norm. So people, even though awareness is there, we have the committees, we have the people on the ground working on that, this was not translated into a movement away from the practice due to this adaptation of the communities to the messages we give them about FGM. So the effective next steps need to move beyond the criminalization, the communication, but really going into the root causes that make these practices prevalent and resistant to the messages we send. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the representative of Egypt, and finally to the representative from Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just one comment on harmful practices. In Zimbabwe, we take, like another country, we take harmful practices, violence against children. And in our recently developed National Action Plan for Children, we invest much in working with families and communities, strengthening their capacities to prevent and respond to violence against children. And we have launched a program called Not in My Village campaign, where we work with traditional leaders and community leaders for they themselves to take the lead in denouncing these harmful practices, that they must not happen in their areas of locality and in their jurisdiction. And they also pledged to work with enforcement authorities, law enforcement authorities, in fighting violence against children. And this is also extended to the educational institutions, where the Ministry of Education has launched a Not in My School campaign, where the school authorities again have taken a bold step to denounce the violence which take place at the school setting. So to us as Zimbabwe, in our National Action Plan for Children, capacitating the families and communities is one of the strategies that we are going to employ between now and 2030 in ensuring that we eradicate these harmful practices in our communities, so that we create a conducive environment for child development and upbringing. Thank you.
Thank you to the representative of Zimbabwe. We will very briefly invite NHRIs if anyone has. We do ask you to be as brief as possible, and that is a minute. So we recognize the hands that are currently up. Sorry, Natu, can you help? Okay. Zimbabwe, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of this session. Let me also reiterate what my colleague from Zimbabwe has said, to say that we do have legal instruments that have been put in place by the government of Zimbabwe, and that the country is working together to eradicate child marriages. It is illegal for anyone to marry a child in Zimbabwe. In terms of what has been said regarding Not in My Village campaign, the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission is part of this campaign, where we do trainings for community leaders, the chiefs, to adopt rights-based approaches towards community leadership, where we want our leaders to recognize children's rights and protect children in their communities. We, however, note that there is need to improve in terms of capacitation, where we feel that there is need to increase budgets on creating awareness programs, especially in those provinces where early childhood marriages are prevalent. We've moved away from being paper tigers, and we are now jungle tigers. Thank you.
Thank you. Sierra Leone, National Human Rights Institution.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. First of all, I want to say thank you to the committee for the work you do, because I do remember approximately 4 years ago, you engaged the government of Sierra Leone and in relation to early marriage. And today, I'm proud to say that we now have the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act of 2024, and the provisions in that act are actually really working. Now, on FGM-related issues, I just want to quickly touch on what Sally and the chair said on issues related to the legislation. So I do remember that following the death of many girls in Sierra Leone like 3 years ago, I mean, the parliament actually put out a notice for the general public to give out, to present position papers on their thoughts about FGM-related issues. And I do remember as a National Human Rights Commission, we presented a position paper highlighting the negative effects of FGM, particularly on girls. So following all the parliamentary deliberations, we actually, after the second reading, all the areas included in the act were actually removed that were meant to improve on the situation of girls against FGM were actually removed. Then at the end of the day, we actually had the final act coming out. And when it came bare with no protection for girls. So as a very proactive commission, the first thing we did was to write a letter directly to the president, gently requesting him not to give assent to that particular document. So it became quiet, but after a period of 5 months, we noticed that the act actually came out, and it laid bare, and all the provisions highlighted to protect girls against FGM were actually removed. So I always like to ask this question that at this point, what will, for an example, the committee do to make sure that they continue engaging the government of Sierra Leone in terms of protecting the rights of girls? Now, if you look at the legal provisions, we don't have any clear one. And because it is not clear, all the cases presented to court in relation to deaths, it is only the act of murder that is being looked at, but not the act of FGM leading to the death of girls that is actually being looked at. And all of these cases are actually now pending in court, and they're actually not moving forward. So I want to know whether the committee will continue to engage the government of Sierra Leone in terms of ensuring that the rights of girls are actually protected. Thank you.
Thank you. The National Human Rights Commission of the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the members of the committee. As some may know, for the Gambia, we're one of those countries that we had the backlash against it. And some of the lessons we've learned, which I want to highlight here, is that once we have the laws passed, the conversations sometimes seem to dwindle a bit. And I think that's what happened in Gambia, that we have the law and then now we wait for enforcement until we had a conviction in about 2 years ago. And then it took just one religious leader to support the pro-FGM movement to undo decades of work. And then that conversation led to very concerning misconceptions surrounding FGM and child rights in the country. And it unearthed a lot of misconceptions around FGM as a human rights issue, FGM as a girls' rights issue. And in our interventions in trying to make sure that we don't have the law repealed, to have the law remain, that is the criminalization of FGMs. We've noticed, as has happened before, that, like someone has mentioned here, we should not address these issues in isolation. The conversation has come back to the forefront in the country, but the focus is most of the time on just FGM. I think it's important that we address these issues comprehensively and with all stakeholders, that is FGM, child marriage, and all human rights issues that affect women and girls. And in doing this, we realize in terms of implementation, there are a lot of structural gaps. For instance, when it comes to prosecutions, the police, that is the charge officers leading, how many reported cases that charge officers actually lead to prosecutions within the police. There are lots of gaps there. You have charge officers dismissing cases or negotiating cases. So some of these structural gaps need to be addressed comprehensively. We have the law in place, but I just want to highlight, especially for the committee and others there, that it took this same imam to say that the law will be repealed, but also that our girls will be married off. So this is still on the table for us as a country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have 1 to 2 minutes just open for partners, UN agencies, organizations with observer status. And so I'll recognize World Vision, and then we'll wrap it up for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the generosity. Just want to add 2 quick things. Now, one of the things is that the AU itself, through the Department of Health, Humanitarian, and Social Development, has developed an accountability framework on addressing harmful practices. And I'm not sure to what extent that have been referenced. And I think we have spent a lot of resources on that as well. So probably, rather than looking at another accountability mechanism, it will be useful if we can make reference to that and see how that supports this study. Now, the second thing is that we also have the Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, which was adopted by the AU last year. Now, currently, we only have 7 member states who have signed. We haven't received any ratifications yet, and we need 15 ratifications for it to be operational. So, noting that we have member states here who are very energetic and, enthusiastic about addressing ending violence against women and girls, I would probably encourage you, if you can get to your member state, your parliament, to help in the ratification of the convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody that has taken the floor for their intervention, their call to action. We want to say thank you to the panelists for their insights. At this point, I will hand it over to Honorable Kembo, the Special Rapporteur, as well as the Honorable Chair, for the Honorable Special Rapporteur to address the question from Sierra Leone, but also to proceed with the lunch as well. Thank you.
Oui, merci pour la parole. La question de la Sierra Leone, est-ce que le comité suit? Le comité a déjà, en lien avec la rapporteure spéciale sur les droits des femmes en Afrique, l'honorable Salandiaï, nous avons fait des lettres conjointes au gouvernement de Sierra Leone, deux lettres conjointes, et je pense que on va continuer à suivre la question. De même aussi avec le gouvernement de Gambie, on a également fait deux lettres conjointes sur la situation en Gambie, et on va continuer de suivre. Sur l'accountability framework, je voulais dire qu'effectivement le comité fait partie des mécanismes de suivi qui sont notamment visés dans l'accountability framework, donc nous sommes également partis à cela. Ça, c'est les questions qui ont émergé. Maintenant, je voudrais simplement donner mon propre sentiment sur cette question. Je veux dire que c'est pénible. C'est pénible de travailler sur cette question, d'autant plus que les changements sont très lents. Et comme la représentante de l'Égypte l'a remarqué, même si on peut avoir quelques avancées s'agissant des cadres normatifs, mais aussi des cadres institutionnels, on ne note pas des changements profonds sur le terrain. Et cela est en lien avec notamment les dynamiques de pouvoir qui sont à l'œuvre dans la société, dynamique de pouvoir en termes de pouvoir de genre, dynamique de pouvoir également en termes de pouvoir dans la société. Parce que le phénomène existe avec des prévalences diverses sur diverses régions du continent. J'ai fait toutes les cinq régions du continent, divers pays, le phénomène est prévalent dans chacun de nos pays. Et lorsque l'on dit par exemple que c'est la pauvreté qui est une des causes, vous vous posez la question, lorsque vous arrivez dans des pays qui ont un niveau de développement un peu plus élevé, vous vous rendez compte que le même problème prévaut. Donc je dis que c'est une question qui nous intéresse tous et chacun, qui interpelle d'abord la conscience individuelle, mais aussi notre conscience collective. Parce que finalement, il faudrait se poser la question, par quel monde est-ce que nous allons laisser à nos enfants, mais surtout quels enfants est-ce que nous souhaitons laisser à ce monde. Est-ce que c'est des enfants qui ont eu le temps de prendre leur chance, qui ont eu le temps de prendre le pas sur le développement, parce que sur notre continent, pendant que ces pratiques freinent les avancées de nos enfants dans le monde entier, d'autres enfants ont pris le bon départ. Et maintenir les enfants de notre continent prisonniers de ces pratiques revient, n'est-ce pas, à nous tirer une balle dans le pied, dans le concert des nations. Donc plus vite l'on se débarrassera de ces pratiques, mieux on sera un continent préparé pour les challenges du futur. Donc c'était simplement ce sentiment que je voulais partager avec les uns et les autres, en disant que le rapport est là, les constats sont là, saisissons-nous du rapport, également des recommandations qui y sont mentionnées pour avancer durablement sur ces questions. Merci.
Thank you very much, and we will now proceed with the lunch. Thank you.
Okay, I hereby declare launch the report on harmful practices affecting children in Africa. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Honorable members, we can break just for 5 minutes to bring your coffee and tea, and we can follow with the next program. I want to call the panelists concerning the consultation with REX, decision on consultation with REX on violence against children in preparing for the second ministerial conference on VAC. So please, you can join the podium.
Thank you. Congratulations. And we came a long way.
Now we wear the shoes and go to the country.
Congratulations. How we can achieve this changing of the beliefs.
Yes.
That's the main achievement. Yeah. The main one. Of course. Thank you. We have you because we have. honorable members, dear participants, can we start? All? Please, the panelists, can you join us? ACPF, UNICEF?
UNICEF is online.
Online,
We
okay.
have 3 people online. Yeah.
Oh.
And
Stella, please, can you join us? Okay, I think yes. Okay, good afternoon once time, honorable members, dear participants, representative of member states, dear children, and dear panelists. So we will follow with a panel on the consultation with REX on violence against children in preparation of the second ministerial conference on violence against children. So I hand over to Honorable Satan for the moderation of this panel. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the committee, member states, and distinguished delegates. We welcome you to this Interrex consultation on forging Africa's input into the second ministerial conference on ending violence against children. We welcome the representatives of REX, UNICEF, partners, and experts. And so just to start by stating that the consultation today is not necessarily a technical exchange, but rather it is a strategic one where we are very much interested in this being a formal consultative platform in terms of ensuring that Africa speaks with one voice in Manila in November 2026. That is evidence-based. And so as we start with this consultation, we do also ask all of our panelists as well to be as brief as possible. In that way, we will have more time, especially in terms of input from member states to inputs from national human rights institutions and other key stakeholders into the Common Africa Position paper. This consultation is driven by partnership between the Africa Child Policy Forum, ACPF, UNICEF, WHO Africa Office, through the African Partnership to End Violence Against Children. As I said, this is a formal mechanism. And so we'll start with a strategic framing and from ACPF, and then we'll have, we'll transition into the RECs, doing a brief reflection on their unique regional priorities and systems of leverage. We have some of our panelists joining us online as well. And then we'll also have national level examples from Uganda, as well as the Coalition for Good Schools as well. And then, as I said, we do want the bulk of the time to be the interactive session to get your input. And so we will now like to welcome Saba Lishan, the coordinator at ACPF, to provide the strategic framing on behalf of the caretaker. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Sata. Distinguished members of the committee, Honorable Chair, representative of the regional economic communities, colleagues and partners, I'm delighted to deliver a very brief remarks on behalf of Honorable Mama Fatima Sangete. She's the caretaker of African Child Policy Forum, also the chair of the Executive Council of the African Partnership to End Violence Against Children. And so like the Honorable Chair said, this is not a usual meeting. This is a strategic meeting, which is part of a structured process to shape the African common position on ending violence against children ahead of the second ministerial conference, which is going to be held later this year, sometime mid-November. So the common position will be a continental political instrument, one that defines Africa's present priorities and engages globally as a coherent voice. So across the continent, as you all know, childhood reflects in Africa both remarkably resilience and permanent vulnerability. For millions of children, it is nurtured by stronger protective family and community systems, the enduring strength of our African societies. These systems remain the foundation on which all child protection efforts must continue to be built. And yet for countless others, violence remains a lived reality, as we all know. It's not always visible, it's not always reported, and all too often frequently accepted as normal. So violence occurs in homes where discipline causes harm. It happens in schools where safety is compromised, in communities where silence protects the powerful, as we just heard from the launch of the report, and in humanitarian settings where systems are overstretched, and increasingly in the digital environment, which continues to expand faster than the protective systems meant to safeguard our children. These realities do not, however, define our continent, but they do define the urgency of our responsibility to act differently, to act decisively. So over the recent years, member states have demonstrated commendable progress, as we all know, from strengthening legal frameworks to advancing policy commitments and institutional structures aimed at addressing violence against children. Yet, we must also remain clear-eyed about the persisting gaps, including uneven implementation of these measures and the significant violations in the functionality of protection systems across a different context. For instance, in some settings, child protection systems are increasingly coordinated and responsive, while in others, including in fragile and humanitarian settings, the systems are often fragmented, reactive, and constrained by limited resources, as we all know, and also workforce capacity. The central challenge before us, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, is to establish a predictable system-wide and fully functional child protection system across all contexts. We are also operating in a rapidly evolving risk environment. Violence against children today is shaped by intersecting pressures, including economic vulnerability, climate-related shocks, displacement, protracted human crisis, digital exposure, and persistent harmful social and gender norms. Unfortunately, these are not isolated drivers. They reinforce one another in ways that deepen vulnerability of children and strain already limited systems, particularly in fragile and crisis-affected environments, where service delivery and protection mechanisms are often disrupted or incomplete. This reality demands a shift away from fragmented responses towards integrated system-based prevention and response that function across development and humanitarian settings and across all environments children live, learn, and move. It is therefore within this context that today's consultation carries particular strategic importance. Convened under, the Honorable Chair said, under the umbrella of Arise Africa. This is an initiative of African Child Policy Forum through the African Partnership, but also through UNICEF and with the collaboration WHO Afro, designed to sustain political commitment and accelerate progress on ending violence against children. This consultation brings our respective regional economic communities into a structured process of continental alignment. Through this process, regional economic communities are expected to contribute across three interrelated dimensions. One, they are expected to share with us their regional priorities for ending violence against children. Two, their role as a political and coordination actors in advancing coherence around the common position. And three, the practical pathways to support member states in translating commitments into implementation. We are approaching a defining moment in Africa's global engagement. The second ministerial conference in Manila is important, but Africa's influence in that space will depend not on an event itself, but on the coherence we forge now through alignment, clarity, and disciplined articulation of our priorities. The common position we are shaping is therefore not an end point. It is a part of a sequenced continental process that will culminate in a Rise Africa 2 conference, where insights from the consultation will be consolidated into Africa's formal position. This means today's deliberation are not isolated reflections. They are building blocks in a structured process of a continental convergence and consolidation. To guide our work, three priorities are critical. First, the identification of a priority risks affecting children across diverse contexts, including the structural and social drivers that sustain violence. Second, the strengthening of system of foundations, meaning financing, workforce capacity, coordination data systems anchored at a national and community levels where implementation happens. And third and finally, the definition of catalytic, scalable approaches that accelerate impact and ensure Africa's response is a coherent, practical, and implementation. Distinguished colleagues, today's consultation is therefore designed to move us deliberately from a reflection to a structured alignment. We will hear from our regional communities on their priorities, on their institutional roles in supporting implementation, and on how they intend to continue to ensuring that commitments made at the continental level are translated into action at the national level. We will also engage with practical country-led and sectoral innovations that demonstrate what scalable solutions look like in practice. And we will begin the collective process of shaping Africa's common position on ending violence against children, grounded in evidence, informed by practice, and driven by shared political intent. In closing, our responsibility today is not only to describe the challenges that children face, it is to shape the system that determine whether those challenges are prevented, addressed consistently across the context, and ultimately eliminated. I thank you with those remarks. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You already have coffee, so we hope that you're energized. As we said, this will be a very interactive session. Thank you, Saba, for the framing, and do extend our appreciation to Honorable Mama Fatima Singate for her leadership in this space. And as you rightly said, especially with the Arise Africa platform being the platform to coordinate, especially the Africa Common Position, we do want to, at this point, invite Ms. Nankali Maksud, who's the Senior Advisor for Child Protection and Migration at UNICEF Africa, but also the co-convener of Arise Africa, who's joining us virtually to share a little bit in terms of context setting, and we welcome your intervention for 3 minutes. Over to you, Nankali. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to speak and join with you today. Excellencies, colleagues, and partners, let me begin by reaffirming the importance of Arise Africa, which for us is not simply a platform, but a mechanism that connects political commitment to implementation. And this for us comes at a critical moment, as Saba has already shared. Across Africa, risks for children are becoming more complex and more acute. Conflict, displacement, climate stress, digital exposure are all converging, while at the same time, fiscal space is tightening and systems are under increasing strain. In this context, the question is no longer whether we have commitments, it is whether these commitments are translating into real protection for African children. Because ultimately, this is about whether a child is safe from violence, whether a girl is protected from early marriage, whether a child on the move is supported, and whether systems are able to respond when it matters most. This is where Arise Africa becomes essential. It provides a space to move from commitment to delivery, to connect political leadership with the systems that actually determine outcomes for children. At UNICEF, together with partners including African Child Policy Forum, WHO Afro, and the regional economic communities, we see our role as helping to enable that shift, not by adding new layers, but by strengthening coherence and alignment across the continent. Because fragmentation remains one of our biggest risks. Countries are asking for support that reinforces national systems. For us, this means aligning around core systems enablers, public financing for child protection, a strengthened and supported social service workforce, integrated data and case management systems, including CRVS and legal identity, and services that are coordinated across sectors. This is how Africa's common position must now be understood, not only as a shared vision, but as a framework for system-level action, one that applies equally in developing settings and in humanitarian contexts, where the pressure in systems is often greatest. And this requires a different level of partnership that is sustained, that is aligned, and critical, that is accountable. Accountable for ensuring that commitments are reflected in national policies, in budgets, in systems, and in the services that reach children and families. As we look ahead to the 2026 Ministerial Conference in Manila, the opportunity before us is clear. Between now and Manila, we need to demonstrate progress, not in new declarations, but in implementation, in showing how the common position is being operationalized at country level, in how systems are being strengthened, and in how results for children are being measured and sustained. Arise Africa can be a central vehicle for this, but it will require all of us to stay focused on delivery. Africa has already shown leadership in setting the agenda. The next step is to show how we can be able to deliver it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nankali, for giving us more context, especially with the Africa Arise platform. But as you rightly said as well, that it's not just a platform, it is really the engine to support our coherent approach to our engagement in the second ministerial conference in November. And so with those two remarks on the context setting, we now transition to the first session of this consultation, which is focused on the regional priorities for ending violence against children. And so we have 4 speakers from the regional economic communities, the RECs, and we as a committee are very appreciative for the RECs taking the time to be part of this panel. we are joined by Mr. Tapira Chinumote, who's the Conflict Prevention, Management and Resolution Analyst of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, so COMESA. We're also joined by Ms. Alice Carrara, who's the Program Officer, East African Community Secretariat, the EAC Secretariat. Online, we're joined by Ms. Gloria's Zinara Hora, who's the expert on social affairs of the Economic Community of Central African States, ECAS. And then finally, Mr. Olatunde Olayemi, Program Officer, Social Dimensions of Human Trafficking, ECOWAS, who's also joining us virtually as well. We do ask the representatives from the RECs to, in 3 to 4 minutes, to please respond to this first round of question, which is informed by your region's unique social, economic, technological, environmental, as well as the political realities. If you can please identify 3 strategic priorities for preventing and responding to all forms of violence against children across all contexts, including humanitarian settings. We do encourage you to reflect on how these priorities could be operationalized and reinforced through both regional and national accountability mechanisms. We do appreciate that the questions that we're asking, we can spend the next 2 weeks addressing those questions, but we do ask that you can be, if possible, succinct in your responses as well, and we do welcome especially the submission of the written comments as well. We'll kickstart with Ms. Alice. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. 4 minutes are very flicking out, but I'll try to fit in those by highlighting, just giving a snapshot of what the EAC has done and what we wish to see. First of all, we ride on the decade of implementation of the EAC child policy, which is under evaluation. That was developed 2016 to 2026. And during this period, we have seen expansion of the region from 5 to 8 member states. And with that, also makes it a very diverse region, whereby child protection mechanisms, we have countries that have high-performing child protection and civil registration systems to those which have experiencing active armed conflict settings where children are exposed to systemic grave violations. We also have 3 member states which are among the 5 globally that have registered grave violations against children, and these are UN-verified records. And we have 5.3 million refugees and asylum seekers, and 52% of those are children. Together with all other issues that are in the region, I wish to highlight 3 strategic priorities for EVAC, one of them being ending violence against children in conflicts, displacements and humanitarian settings, because the scale of violations in our region is very alarming, given just in 3 countries, Somalia, we have recorded more than 8,000 grave violations. In DRC, more than 8,000 grave violations. These are UN-verified data of 2024. And in South Sudan alone, we have between 7,000 to 19,000 children who have been associated with armed forces. Honorable Chair, to operationalize this, EAC intends to establish an EAC regional protocol on children in armed conflicts, develop a cross-border child protection referral mechanism whereby each child fleeing from conflict should not fall between the lines of protection gaps. We also intend to mainstream child-sensitive indicators in existing EAC conflict and early warning system. We ride on an existing annual reporting mechanism to EAC relevant sectoral councils on children-related protection issues, as well as regional compliance dashboard, and now we'll be having a structured alignment with the AUC, African Union Special Envoy reporting mechanisms. Priority number 2 is strengthening legal frameworks, ending harmful practices. Honorable Chair, the evaluation of the ESC policy, child policy of which is being done reveals a deep, uneven landscape whereby we have registered countries that have best practices and have become champions in the region, but also on the continent. We have Kenya that has enacted laws that Africa's most comprehensive children laws. We have Rwanda that has the strongest child protection legal frameworks on the continent. But we also have difficulties that need to be confronted. For example, we have Somalia, which just as of 2024 amended its constitutional law to lower the age of maturity from 18 to 15. We also have very high FGM prevalence, which is at 99%. In Tanzania, we have their Marriage Act of 1971 still permits child marriage. The minimum age of criminal responsibility in Tanzania is 7 years old, and in DRC it is 10 years old. Those are below CRC commitments, Honorable Chair, and they need to be confronted. Not a single ESC partner state, Honorable Chair, has ratified OP3 CRC, and this denies children to participate in such sessions. To operationalize this, the ESC intends to convene a ministerial session specifically targeting these above legislative issues of Tanzania's marriage law, Somalia's constitutional regression, and MAC in Tanzania and DRC. We also intend to develop an ESC model law on online child sexual exploitation, which our previous presenter brought it right in time. This will help us to guide national countries to harmonize and align their country approaches to combat the current digital threats to our children. We capitalize on existing ESC legislative harmonization scorecard, which is updated annually, and ESC peer review mechanisms, as well as AU early warning systems for our reporting. Priority number 3 is investing in systems, workforce, and evidence-based prevention. Evidence shows that investment in systems makes a great impact, and I'll give just a few examples where Tanzania, for example, through VAC survey, documented 67% reduction in sexual violence against girls. In Kenya, they're implementing a DREAMS initiative, which has achieved 50% reduction in violence against adolescent girls in targeted districts. And Rwanda has achieved 92.9% of childbirth registration, while Uganda maintains as one of the world's most progressive refugee protection frameworks and is currently hosting 1.8 million refugees and asylum seekers, and these have been very well integrated in the settlement-based service delivery models that include child protection, education, and healthcare systems. Nevertheless, Honorable Chair, even though we show achievements, we still see a lot of countries that allocate less than 1% of their GDP to social protection, and this weakens social services and workforce. And also in conflict-affected areas, there is virtually no funding for child welfare and workforce, and this remains under humanitarian interventions. to operationalize this priority, Honorable Chair, we wish to establish an ESC regional benchmark for child protection financing model that is aligned to that of Abuja Declaration on Health. Also, want to integrate and institutionalize VAC surveys within national data systems. So far in our region, only Tanzania is doing this, and we wish all other partner states to do the same. We wish to establish a dedicated financing mechanism for mental health and psychosocial support, especially for adolescents. And we would ride on existing accountability mechanisms, one being ESC regional M&E framework on children rights with indicators that are aligned to Inspire and SDG 16.2. Annual regional scorecards are another mechanism, and independent evaluations will be our reporting mechanisms. And these three priorities, Honorable Chair, are interconnected, and our response to child protection must equally be integrated, and ESC is committed to ensuring that the realities of the region reflect in the Africa's common position for Manila. Should I continue to the next? The REX collaboration? Okay. So leveraging an ESC mandate and cross-reg collaboration, ESC treaty and the Common Market Protocol provide a strong implementation architecture that would facilitate REX-to-REG collaboration. ESC policy that is under review is very well in line with African Charter on Children's Rights. We also have minimum standards for comprehensive services for children and young people. And three concrete ways to better leverage on this, Honorable Chair, has been that we are evaluating the impact of the ESC policy. This is a very critical moment for us to mainstream EVA commitments, including those of Bogota and Arise Africa and Manila conferences. The ESC Sectoral Council on Gender, Children, and Social Protection should also reflect EVAC as a standing agenda item in its sessions, and as well as Inter-Agency Working Group on Children, which is comprised of many different stakeholders, including UNHCR, World Vision Plan International. They should be formally mandated to monitor EVAC, pledge implementation, and provide technical assistance. Honorable Chair, before I conclude, all our member states they cross-cut into another REC, SADC, COMESA, all IGAD. And therefore, we propose three priorities for this overlapping membership. One is ESC IGAD Joint Program on Cross-Border Child Protection Mechanisms, ESC SADC Coordination Mechanism on grave violations against children in Eastern DRC, and a joint cross-reg advocacy for universal ACERWC ratification, because right now only 4 member states in Africa have not ratified, and 2 of them are in our REC, that is South Sudan and Somalia. To conclude, Honorable Chair, it's so hard. We wish to emphasize that the experience of ESC offers variable insights that should inform the enforcement of common position for Manila process. And we wish to see a regression, the confrontation or Manila conference addressing the regression issue in Somalia, as well as ensuring EVA commitments are accompanied by financing commitments, and having children to participate in our table. And I'm glad that in this meeting we saw children participating, but also we want to see them participate in other forums as well. So the ESC stands ready to strongly provide support in the implementation, but also in sharing experiences to make sure that our children in the region are protected, not only in the region, but also in Africa as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice, for for sharing the strategic priorities of the EAC, but also in terms of the set of accountability mechanisms that are needed as well, given the cross-cutting issues. Again, we appreciate the submission of the written submissions by the RECs, and which will be used, especially by the platform in developing the Common Africa position. We now welcome Mr. Tapira from COMESA. If you can share the strategic priorities of COMESA in about 4 minutes, that will be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chair, if you can allow me to ride on the protocols already established. It's a difficult task to do it in 4 minutes, but I already am wasting time. So I think I should try to make it in 4 minutes. But there are some aspects I will need to mention, issues of cross-rec membership. Like COMESA shares membership with 6 regional economic communities, except for ECOWAS, but all the others, there's shared membership. Then another issue of concern, 5 member states in COMESA have consistently recorded grave violations, and as reported by the UN, and these are DRC, Ethiopia, Libya, Somalia, and Sudan, at least in the last few years. So COMESA also has not been spared by wars, conflicts, epidemics, climate change impact that have increased exposure of children to violence. So cognizant of what has been happening in COMESA, I acknowledge that COMESA is a broader framework on child protection, but the Council of Ministers made it deliberate to direct the Secretariat to have a baseline research on children affected by armed conflict. That was concluded in 2021. And after the conclusion of the baseline study, there was the development of the regional CAC strategy, which was adopted in October last year. So we've just been directed to roll that strategy in the region, starting from 2026. So maybe let me just mention 4 points that were identified in that regional CAC strategy. The strategy revealed that the context in COMESA member states is not similar, and also noted that the member states experiencing armed conflict have taken significant steps in addressing the plight of CAC within their jurisdictions. It also noted that majority of member states have ratified all key child instruments which provide the necessary normative guidance, except for Tunisia. And it also highlighted the issue of heterogeneity, that children are not the same. There are cohorts among children, and also there are different types of categorization. There are children born to rebel groups like the fighters. There are also children who are displaced, and there are also children who are remotely affected. So in that, the Council of Ministers, the report further highlighted that there was need to move beyond ratification to domestication, and I can also include implementation, so that we can ensure that we achieve the objectives of protecting the rights of children. With that, I think I will quickly move into the 3 priority strategies. We have many strategic priority areas, but I'll just mention 3. The first one is on strengthening legal and policy frameworks. The second one is on integrating and monitoring CAC indicators. And the third one is on partnerships and collaboration. I'll just touch a bit on some of the priority areas. So what we intend to do under strengthening legal and policy frameworks, we will enhance our cooperation, of course, with member states, the committee, and other partners to organize country-specific sensitizations on child protection, targeting key stakeholders, NHRIs, CSOs, media, law enforcement agencies. to continue strengthening prevention, advocacy, oversight, accountability, and remedial roles. And we shall also organize an interministerial conference targeting child well-being, as articulated in the COMESA Social Charter, and CAC is articulated in the recently adopted regional strategy. Then, additionally, in line with the guidance of the Council of Ministers, we shall develop a regional framework that guides the incorporation of peace and security into the education curricula, and we shall also roll out the regional CAC strategy. Accountability, we shall be reporting back regularly. Allow me to move on to strategic priority 2 on integrating and monitoring child-sensitive indicators. Here there are 2 aspects. We have already started integrating child-sensitive indicators into the COMESA conflict early warning system, that is COM1, and we shall be using the focus from the early warning system to try and identify structural drivers associated with conflict that are linked to children, and see how we can address those. Then secondly, there's another opportunity of ACERWC country structural vulnerability assessments, and also the APRM reviews. So under these, there are thematic areas, or what they call markers, 7 of them that have already been adopted by the AUPSC. And I wished if Ambassador Jainaba was around, so that maybe these are issues that are directed to her, so that because there's a thematic area on gender, youth, and persons with disability, I think it can be broadened to specifically include children, so that in those consultations, the issue of children stands out. So far, there are 5 consultations that have been conducted. That is for Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Zambia, Malawi, and in June we shall be commencing the consultations for Kenya. And I think it's also an opportunity for the committee to assign maybe some people who can provide technical expertise during those consultations, so that issues of children are not left out. The last one on partnerships and collaboration, we are planning to organize a 3rd COMESA International Relations Society of Kenya conference in August 2026. That will be held in collaboration with Accord and Conrad Adenauer Stiftung, where abstracts for different thematic areas, including on child protection, will be presented, followed by complete write-ups in 2027. That is for selected abstracts. I think that's an opportunity also to publicize some of the issues concerning the rights and welfare of children. And then also in collaboration with community-based CSOs and partners, we will be organizing community-level sensitizations on INVAC in selected hotspot areas in the region. Then we shall also support other RECs, EAC, and other partners in their interventions. Then under leveraging COMESA mandates, I'll be a bit brief. I think it's important to highlight that COMESA has developed guidelines on troop and police contributing countries on disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration, that is DDR, of children formerly associated with armed forces and armed groups in the COMESA region. And there's also another guidance note on involvement of children in PCRD. So I think you can take advantage of those documents. 30 seconds, I'm almost done.
Thank you.
I'm finishing. So as COMESA, we shall continue to develop guidance notes on trade corridors, agriculture, migration, and peace building. So to conclude, I would like to say the successful achievement on IVAC relies heavily on cooperation, collaboration, and sustained commitment by partners to leverage both on technical expertise. So as we continue to advance the COMESA EAC SADC TFTA, as well as the AF CFTA, let us not forget that peace and security for children now and for the future is important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tapira, for the the sharing of the strategic priorities for COMESA, but also for the pathways as well and inroads for the committee to be engaged in some of those consultation processes as the member Dublin as the country rapporteur for Kenya. We do welcome such opportunities as well, especially in terms of feeding into the Common Africa position. I will now, at this point, welcome Ms. Glorious from ICAS to share from the perspective of ICAS the 3 strategic priorities in about 4 minutes, then be followed by Olatunde from ECOWAS. Over to you, Ms. Glorious, if you're online. Thank you. Do we have her online? Yes, please go ahead if you're hearing us, Ms. Glorious. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you. No. Whilst we're sorting out the technical issues, Olatunde, if you're... Yeah. Olatunde, if you're online, could you hear us? Olatunde.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. You're welcome to share experience and strategic priorities from ECOWAS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I have 4 minutes, and you seem to be quite strict, so I'll try to restrict myself to the timelines you've given. Quickly, before going into the strategic priorities themselves, I want to frame the conversation very quickly. 2 types of violence, I will say, direct violence against children and violence that could be considered as structural. By direct, we will be focusing on violence which is either visited harm on a child or is comprised of neglect, basically, of the child. So when you talk about sexual violence against a child or an assault, we will consider that to be harm visited directly, and then neglect could also be, for our purposes, determined as some sort of violence. Structural violence deals with circumstances of a child as determined by authorities. So cases of, for example, children held in adult detention centers would be one example of that. Failure to adhere to standards in the treatment of children, either in conflict with the law or children in contact with the law, as witnesses, victims, or otherwise impacted. One other example will be children born in prisons or children whose mothers are victims of domestic abuse, or children within the context of armed conflicts who are born to fighters or to insurgents, for example, will all be cases that might be justified as structural. Now, ECOWAS has been working for quite a number of years now and had the first child policy, which was adopted in 2008. The current child policy was adopted by heads of states in 2019, and it will subsist till 2030 with a number of the child protection component of the policy deals with legal frameworks, system strengthening issues, which I'll return back to service delivery, a protective environment and social norms, and coordination and multisectoral and a coordinated and multisectoral approach to child protection issues, including EVAC, of course. We have a number of subordinate instruments to the policy. So there is the ECOWAS strategic framework for strengthening national child protection systems to prevent and respond to violence, abuse, and exploitation, which was adopted in 2017 by heads of states, setting out 10 key regional commitments, which are pillars that apply to all types of child protection risks and threats within the region. and also specifies 5 immediate to medium-term priorities for focus by member states. And these 5 include child marriage, includes children on the move, violence against children, birth registration, and child labor. Those are the 5. Of course, the concept of violence basically kind of straddles all 5 if you think about it, either from a structural perspective or from a more direct perspective, as I just mentioned. Then we look at the ECOWAS. ECOWAS takes certain measures in dealing with the issue of evac or in dealing with violence against children, but I'll come back here. Let me start talking about or framing the rest of this conversation from my end on the basis of 3 main strategic priorities on ending violence against children. Now, the first is National Child Protection System strengthening. And as I mentioned, in 2017, the heads of states adopted what ministers had approved as the key instrument for child protection in the region. And this priority straddles also integration of child protection into the reform of the security and justice sectors. So SSR in a nutshell. And the ways in which we have been going about it and we're going about it currently include, for example, through the trafficking in persons lens. We do have a network of trafficking in persons focal institutions in the region. And more recently, we came up with what we would call the Trafficking in Persons Plus. That's trafficking in persons and related forms of criminal victimization, which covers practically all of violence against children from a juristic point of view. And we've been working now for the last 3 years thereabouts to pilot this approach, which still retains the core of human trafficking, but then extends outwards to work with law enforcement, with the social service workforce, and with other service providers to create an integrated strategy in dealing with issues relating to violence against children. Specific to the context of conflicts and other situations of generalized violence, we are working currently on the subject of children in emergencies more broadly, and within that, the specific issue of children affected by armed conflicts within the region. Of course, armed conflicts within the region have been a problem in the last decade or two, at least in the last decade. Again, we have to deal with, which I will come back to in the last of the 3 strategic priorities, with issues of cross-border coordination and collaboration, not just within the ECOWAS region, but specifically with regards to the 3 countries that have left ECOWAS, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, forming what is now known as the AES grouping. So in that particular area of child protection system strengthening, as a technical aid to the child protection system strengthening strategic framework, we do have implementation guidelines, and we work with what is called the Regional Working Group on Child Protection within West Africa. Regional actors, including UN actors, of course, UNICEF, Save the Children, Terre des Hommes, most of the international non-governmental organizations and UN bodies that probably are in this meeting are members of that body. And we've had a number of joint operational plans with the Regional Working Group on Child Protection. So we do joint programming, and what we do is ensure that we have complementary programming and that we reinforce the same messaging at national level, while ECOWAS plays more of a coordinating role and a campaigning role at the regional level. If there are questions, I'll go a bit deeper into some of these issues. Of course, there's the international humanitarian law component of it as well that we bring to bear on that first strategic priority. The second is permanent oversight at the regional level of child rights and protection, including EVAC, through the ECOWAS Child Rights Information Management System. And ECOWAS management has approved the establishment of that's essentially a child rights observatory, initially focused on child protection. And it will be doing what is similar to what, well, it will be focusing basically on establishing a barometer and determining where the trajectory is within the region on child protection and evac, and then feeding this information back through the policy and operational channels and utilizing it to work with member states in targeting or dealing with the specific challenges that arise across the region. The third is strengthening cross-border coordination and collaboration by member states on cross-border child protection risks, such as children on the move, trafficked children, children affected by armed conflicts, etc. I just talked about the reality of having 3 countries that are Sahelian and that are, of course, marred in the problem of conflict along the Sahel. And then also within countries that remain in West Africa, insurgency and terrorism remain a pronounced risk. Of course, these interacting with other drivers of insecurity, displacement also being a major problem. So this also is one of the key strategic priorities of ECOWAS going forward in helping member states and facilitating. We actually have a standing body of the directors responsible for child rights in the member states. Indeed, we're holding an online meeting with them beginning tomorrow, and then we have a physical meeting to hold in Dakar, Senegal, later in the year with the regional working group on child protection. So these are the 3 major strategic priorities. I heard a bell go off for music. Do I have more time? Should I round up?
No, but could you please round up Olatunde? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Of course, there are specific strategies and tactics depending on what particular issue we're talking about. For example, through the justice system, regular special courts, issues relating to street children, fostering is a big problem in the West African region, and all these will be addressed through the 3 major strategic priorities and approaches I've mentioned. So I will round up now and hand the floor back to you. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Olatunde, for sharing the ECOWAS experience, but also the 3 strategic priorities as well. We are hoping that the representative from ICAS is online. If you are, could you please share the 3 priorities of ICAS in 4 minutes before we transition into the last session for this panel? If you're online, please go ahead. Yes, we can hear you.
OK. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Merci beaucoup, chers membres, les experts du Comité africain, et chers collègues. Je m'appelle Glorieux Nzinahora, je parle depuis Libreville, Gabon, au sein de la CEAC. Et la CEAC qui comprend 11 pays, je les cite rapidement. C'est l'Angola, le Burundi, le Cameroun, la Centrafrique, le Congo, le Gabon, la Guinée équatoriale, la RDC, le Rwanda, Sao Tomé et le Tchad. Je vais répondre à la question qui nous a été posée, qui est en tenant compte des réalités sociales, économiques, technologiques, environnementales, politiques de notre région, qu'on identifie 3 priorités stratégiques pour prévenir et combattre toutes les formes de violence à l'égard des enfants dans tous les contextes, y compris l'humanitaire, et puis ensuite réfléchir à la manière dont ces priorités pourraient être mises en œuvre et renforcées par des mécanismes de responsabilisation régionaux et nationaux. Comme dans les autres CR, en Afrique centrale, dans la zone CAC, les violences faites aux enfants sont de formes multiples et multidimensionnelles et ils ont des conséquences vraiment désastreuses. Il y a des violences qui sont de sources de nature physique, sexuelle, psychologique, institutionnelle et aussi des violences qui relèvent de la négligence. Il y a aussi des violences qui résultent des fragilités structurelles qui résultent des conflits armés qui sont persistants dans notre région, des déplacements massifs de population, des crises humanitaires fréquentes et prolongées. Il y a la pauvreté chronique, l'urbanisation rapide et inégalitaire, l'accès limité aux services sociaux de base, qui augmente considérablement l'exposition des enfants aux violences et fragilise la capacité de prévention et de réponse des États et des communautés. La violence à l'égard des enfants n'est pas uniquement liée à des comportements, mais aussi aux facteurs systémiques profondément enracinés d'origine culturelle et sociale, comme les mariages et unions précoces, ainsi que les discriminations de toutes sortes au sein des foyers ou même de la communauté. Alors, non seulement les enfants font face aux violences, mais il y a aussi une faiblesse des systèmes de protection sociale et juridique qui sont relevés en Afrique centrale. En effet, dans notre espace, les statistiques mettent en relief une faible couverture par les systèmes de protection où seuls environ 10% des enfants bénéficient d'une forme de protection, ce qui limite fortement les mécanismes de prévention et de prise en charge des victimes, l'accès aux services spécialisés de protection, de justice adaptée à l'enfant, de soutien psychosocial et de santé mentale qui demeure fortement inégal, insuffisant et peu accessible, en particulier dans les zones rurales et frontalières. Il en est de même dans les contextes de crise et de déplacement avec des conséquences désastreuses sur la santé mentale, physique, la réussite scolaire, la cohésion sociale et le capital humain, tout cela compromettant la croissance économique, la stabilité sociale et les perspectives de développement durable. En un mot, la violence faite aux enfants est un obstacle majeur sur la réalisation de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, mais aussi des objectifs de développement durable, en particulier ceux qui sont liés à l'éducation, à l'égalité, au genre, à la paix et à la justice. Face à ce tableau sombre, à travers son plan stratégique indicatif à moyen terme 2026-2030, en partenariat étroit avec les différents acteurs comme l'UNICEF et d'autres agences, ainsi que d'autres partenaires nationaux et internationaux, la CAC voudrait jouer un rôle catalyseur en accompagnant ses États membres dans la mise en œuvre d'une réponse régionale intégrée, multisectorielle et fondée sur les droits de l'enfant. Et cette réponse qui a été tirée justement de son plan stratégique a priorisé aligné trois priorités qui sont les suivantes. La première priorité que nous aimerions mettre en œuvre, c'est de concevoir un cadre régional de promotion, de protection et de défense des droits des enfants en Afrique centrale. En effet, en Afrique centrale, dans nos textes, il faut qu'on le dise, l'enfant n'est pas très visible. Nous avons constaté que dans les textes existants, l'enfant n'a pas eu sa place suffisante pour qu'il puisse s'épanouir et qu'on puisse le prendre en compte suffisamment. C'est pour cela que nous avons pensé à concevoir ce cadre et privilégier ce cadre pour plusieurs raisons. La première raison, c'est que les menaces auxquelles nous faisons face, elles sont transfrontalières. Donc les risques auxquels sont exposés nos enfants en Afrique centrale, ils vont au-delà des frontières nationales, surtout dans les cas de déplacement forcé et de crises humanitaires. Il est évident que les conflits dans un État membre provoquent des flux de déplacés internes et de réfugiés qui affectent le pays lui-même, mais aussi les pays voisins. Un cadre régional facilitera une protection harmonisée des enfants non accompagnés, surtout lors de leur passage de frontière en frontière. De même, face à la criminalité organisée comme la traite des êtres humains, le travail forcé des enfants et le recrutement par des groupes armés, qui sont souvent des phénomènes transfrontaliers, le cadre sera une lutte efficace. Le deuxième axe sera l'harmonisation des standards juridiques. Le paysage législatif en Afrique centrale est fragmenté, d'où la nécessité d'harmonisation des standards juridiques. Certains pays ont des législations très avancées, tandis que d'autres accusent un retard important sur la protection des mineurs. Cette situation donne libre cours aux auteurs d'abus qui peuvent exploiter les failles juridiques dans les pays où la législation est la plus faible, et donc un cadre régional devient opportun. Il devient évident qu'un cadre permet une cohérence régionale qui met l'enfant au même pied d'égalité, eu égard, par exemple, à l'âge légal du mariage, l'âge minimum d'accès au travail, etc. Ce cadre permettra aussi d'harmoniser les protocoles de prise en charge des victimes, garantissant que chaque enfant, où qu'il soit dans l'espace CAC, bénéficie du même minimum, même protocole de protection. Le troisième axe sera la mutualisation des ressources et des expertises. Dans un contexte de contraintes budgétaires qui limite la création d'infrastructures sociales nationales robustes, un cadre régional permettra la mutualisation des ressources et des expertises. Ce cadre convoquera... il me reste combien de minutes? Zéro.
S'il vous plaît, pourriez-vous terminer dans 1 ou 2 minutes?
2 minutes?
Oui.
Ok, donc l'autre point, ce sera qu'on mettra en place la force diplomatique et un plaidoyer unique pour défendre la cause des enfants. Maintenant, ça va aussi, ce cadre va renforcer la redevabilité à travers plusieurs actions que nous allons mener. La deuxième priorité qui est le renforcement des systèmes de collecte de gestion et de gestion des données sur l'enfant et l'opérationnalisation du dashboard que nous avons élaboré, ça va venir aussi rendre plus visible la situation des enfants et éclairer les décideurs. La troisième priorité sera la mise en place d'un comité régional technique chargé de la coordination, de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'enfant. Voilà donc pour ce qui est des 3 priorités et qui sera maintenant pour la redevabilité. Nous avons décliné quelques actions que je ne peux pas peut-être énumérer ici. Maintenant, pour la deuxième question, je crois que nous allons soutenir, pour un peu aider, accompagner les pays dans la lutte contre les violences. Le premier axe sera aussi de lutter contre, de donner accès, développer en tout cas des documents, des instruments pour l'enregistrement universel des naissances. Il faudra aussi mobiliser la société en renforçant la capacité pour l'enregistrement universel et renforcer les systèmes nationaux de protection des droits des enfants. Améliorer la coordination par des corridors que nous allons créer, notamment entre la CEDEAO et la CAC, qui sont deux sœurs très proches et qui ont beaucoup d'activités en commun, la mutualisation des cadres juridiques et politiques. Et il y aura aussi des mécanismes de coordination par les pairs, pilotés par un organe de haut niveau, pour pouvoir mettre toutes ces activités en forme. Alors, pour conclure, je voulais juste dire que nous avons compris que nous avons tous le même objectif et nous avons intérêt à travailler en synergie parce que nous avons des objectifs très ambitieux, mais une seule CE ne pourra pas venir à bout de tout le mal qui est autour des violences faites aux enfants. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. Merci d'avoir partagé les 3 priorities pour ICAS, and also thank you to all the RECs as well. Your presence and the intentional responses that you also share in terms of your strategic priorities shows the seriousness and the commitment to ending violence against children. And so we will, at this point, transition very briefly to the second part of this panel, which looks at practical solutions as well as scalable models, and we're joined by two of our panelists. But I'd like to start with Lydia Wasula from the government of Uganda, really looking at the intersection of humanitarian settings and child protection. And to Lydia, in terms, if you could share how Uganda has operationalized, especially the school-based screening, in terms of identifying and responding to sexual violence in refugee settings, the lessons that can be adapted, but also in terms of how to sort of scale up the intervention within Uganda's child protection system. Again, I know this is a very long question. We do appreciate your responses within 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and colleagues. In the interest of time, I'll go straight to the question. First of all, the screening model the Honorable Chair is talking about is a model where we place parasocial workers, community workers in schools to interact with the children, and in that process, they are able to identify cases of sexual violence through the interaction with the students. It is normally practiced on students and pupils of around 10 years to 17 years. Yes, how has Uganda operationalized this model? We have incorporated this school-based screening model into our training curriculum for the community volunteers, and the handbook, which is like a daily handbook, a daily Bible for those community workers. So this means automatically the community volunteers are trained, they are oriented, automatically oriented on the model, so they keep practicing it every day, regardless of whether there is support or not. In terms of adoption, I'm pleased to report that government of Ethiopia has already adapted this very model, and it's reaping the same results just like Uganda. In terms of key lessons learned, yes, we are building the model on the already established government structures in terms of the social service workforce, but also the structures themselves for purposes of sustainability. Another key lesson to report is the integration into the training manuals, which brings automatic adaptation and scale up of the model. Then the early preparation and the multi-sectoral approach. We are not handling it as the social development sector alone, all social service workforce alone, but we are working with health, with the police, the judiciary, and all other sectors that have to do with children in our country. So, another lesson to learn is that the child survivors are referred to first services because it promotes a fast referral pathway that helps the survivors of violence to seek medical, legal protection services as soon as they are identified. Yes, what are some of the mechanisms that I'm happy to report here? We are doing the monitoring as an interdisciplinary team, a multi-sectoral team. Our team from the social development sector, the team from health, education, police, judiciary, internal affairs. So we're a big team because each one of us has a role to play when it comes to delivering services to these child survivors. So this is also promoting ownership across the different sectors, the different divide, because when it comes to the scale up, it becomes easier. Whether the social development sector has money or not, the other sectors are able to scale up. The other mechanism is promoting a referral pathway, including accompanied referrals. When we identify these children because of the nature of the sexual violence, depending on the nature and the age, on many occasions they are reported, they are escorted to service centers by our community volunteers. This is the reason why we are seeing a very high service uptake in terms of survivors accessing the services. Lastly, it is child-friendly. The child has a right to even reject, to even turn down some questions, or ask for a more convenient space to interact with the community work. I think I've managed the time.
You've been the best. Thank you. Thank you, Lydia, for sharing the example from Uganda, but also, as you also shared as well, that this is scalable as the example you gave with Ethiopia. We're very much appreciative of it. We now turn to our last speaker, Ms. Stella Odongo Ayo from the Coalition for Good Schools. And the idea is to sort of take a bird's eye view, especially in terms of educational context and settings, and how schools directly can be a space to ensure that it's violence-free environment that changes childhood in very good ways. And so we wanted to, if you can, and we do ask you in 4 minutes or less, if you could, what key lessons we can learn from the Raising Voice whole school approach, which systematically changes schools and the education system, especially in terms of, as I said, in terms of how it affects the children's daily experiences and protection from violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. All protocols observed. I'm sure many of you are wondering, Coalition for Good Schools, what does it mean and what is it? It is a collection of practitioners who have been working in the Global South to implement programs to prevent violence against children. And these practitioners come from the Global South, that is Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And the reason we came together was because we realized that the voices of the Global South were missing in the conversations in the North. And therefore, our intention is to create the models, get examples, and then share them in the Global North. And this is actually in line with Rise Up Africa Forum vision, which is translating the commitments to action, but most importantly, getting an Africa common position, meaning that we are also getting a coalition common position into those spaces, and that is why we agree with what Rise Africa is doing. The question I'm going to answer is the what, the how, and the lessons that are learned. The Coalition for Good Schools, like I already mentioned, is formed by many member organizations. We have African Child Policy Forum, APIVAC, we have Raising Voices, and the model that I'm going to share today is a model that Raising Voices implemented in Uganda, and it's a whole school approach to responding and preventing violence against children. And what is this whole school approach that Raising Voices used? Raising Voices developed what we call an evidence-based methodology, which was the Good School Toolkit. And this Good School Toolkit has about 6 steps of school-wide interventions aimed to influence and change the school environment. It looks at the school administrators, it looks at the students, it looks at the teachers, it looks at the community, and doesn't just focus on the school, but looks at the whole round school environment and looks at changing the operational environment of the school and the culture of the school. I just want to pause a little and using my 1 minute very favorably. How many of us experience violence in schools and we nearly stop? Put up your hand if you ever experience violence in schools. Put up your hand. Violence in schools? Very few. Many of you did not experience violence.
We experienced, but we didn't nearly stop.
Okay, how many of us experience violence in schools? Just experienced it. Okay. That means violence in schools is real. Now, I have good news for you because the model that I'm going to share has been tested and it has been shown that it can reduce the level of violence. The Good School Toolkit was implemented in about 40 schools in Uganda, tested, and in about 18 months, there was a reduction in violence from about 100% to 42%. That means that it works. It also gave children ownership. It supported the structures. The teachers were involved, the children were involved, the administration was involved. One area where this program was implemented in Western Uganda, there was a teacher who was nicknamed Mr. Lion. So Mr. Lion was feared by every child. Now, when we went to that region to implement the program, we decided to start with Mr. Lion. Mr. Lion came into the program, and I can tell you he is now the promoter of good school environment. He does not came, he has now become transformed. So that is a change that this whole school approach has shown.
It also looks at policies. We know that laws have been put in place, but if the laws are at national level and we do not have them in the schools, then they're meaningless. So those laws or the corporal punishment, banning corporal punishment, have been translated at school level. And the other thing that the whole school approach does, Good School Toolkit does, that it addresses the underlying the issues of power over. It's usually the adults that have power over the children. And you always threaten, I will cane you if you do not answer this question. I will slap you. Do you know who I am? I am Mr. Sir. So you need to know that some of these things are broken. And the Good School Toolkit has been adopted globally. It is now in the Inspire strategies and is being implemented across the world. But what I also want to add is that beyond being implemented across the world, it has been adopted to other levels in Uganda. It is now going into more than 1,000 schools in Uganda, and the results are amazing. But what are some of the lessons that we can pick, especially for us here?
Could you please do that in about 30 seconds?
Yes.
I appreciate it.
The lessons are one, that the Good School Toolkit is important, and implementing a whole school approach requires collaboration and strategic collaboration between civil society, governments, and other stakeholders, so it involves multiple stakeholders. My final one is that during Bogota, and I'm glad that we're talking about Manila now, in Bogota 2024, governments made commitments, about over 100 governments made commitments to prevent violence against children globally. Now, out of the 100 governments, 45 governments made commitments to prevent violence against children in school. This is an opportunity for us to scale this up and ensure that when we get to Manila, we are just translating whatever commitments we made in Bogota to action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stella, for giving us the model for the schools and how it has been scaled up and the best practices out of that as well. Before we transition to the open intervention, and this will be very, very, very brief, I wanted to give 10 seconds to Lydia. She has, especially as one of the good examples of the consultative processes, especially as we think about next steps with SAVA.
Okay, thank you. Members, I'm sure some of you are already aware by this time that Government of Uganda, in partnership with ISPCAN, the International Society for Prevention of Child Abuse and Neglect, is organizing the first ever African Regional Policy Forum that will happen in Uganda. You will recall last year, the last forum we had in Vilnius. But this time around, we are doing it at regional level, and ISPCAN has chosen to start with Africa. And Uganda is privileged to be the very first host for the Africa Regional Policy Forum. So it will happen on 24th to 26th June. Registration is open to member countries, all member countries of Africa, academia, and NGOs to participate in that international space, regional space of learning and sharing experiences that work to prevent and respond to child abuse and neglect. Please check it out on the ISPCAN website. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lydia. I know we're at time, and so I seek the indulgence of everybody to just take 5 minutes for any intervention from the floor before we transition into our two concurrent side events, I believe. I will invite members of the committee if anybody has any quick intervention. Thank you, Honorable Robert. We do seek your indulgence if you could do this within a minute. Thank you.
I'll try to use less than a minute. What I pick from the conversation is that there is a lot that is being done across Africa. The regional economic communities, the regional mechanisms from the states themselves. So I think it's a critical example of deinstitutionalizing the silos that we always have to the end that the child has a good day in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Robert, especially in terms of reiterating that message, which is the core of this consultation, but part of the reason why there is need also for a common Africa position as we head into Manila as well. I do not see any other honorable member. I will invite member states if we have any intervention. If not, national human rights institutions. Okay. Civil society and other partners. Algeria, my apologies, I didn't see you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Madame, mais je ne peux me placer dans ce discours pour parler de l'Algérie qui a réalisé des avancées significatives dans le domaine de la protection des enfants contre toute forme de violence à travers une approche globale et intégrée. Sur le plan juridique, un cadre législatif renforcé a été mis en place, notamment à travers les lois relatives à la protection de l'enfant 15-12, qui consacrent le principe de l'intérêt supérieur de l'enfant et prévoit des mécanismes de protection adaptés. Sur le plan institutionnel, des dispositifs spécialisés ont été instaurés, à l'instar de l'OMPPE, l'Organe national de la protection et la promotion de l'enfance, présidé par une déléguée nationale de la protection de l'enfance, incluant des mécanismes de signalement comme le numéro vert ou les plateformes de signalement pour la prise en charge des enfants en danger, ainsi qu'une coordination entre les différents secteurs concernés, à l'instar de l'équipe des personnes vulnérables de la Sûreté nationale, les brigades des mineurs, de la gendarmerie, les juges des mineurs, les services de milieu ouvert dans la protection sociale. Par ailleurs, des efforts importants ont été déployés en matière de prévention et de sensibilisation afin de lutter contre toute forme de violence, y compris celles liées aux nouvelles technologies et aux réseaux sociaux. L'Algérie accorde également une attention particulière à la promotion des enfants et les plus vulnérables, notamment ceux en situation de handicap ou à besoins spécifiques ou qui sont exposés à des risques accrus de violence. J'ajoute aussi que le chemin se poursuit pour le renforcement de cette politique publique en vue de garantir un environnement sûr et protecteur pour tous les enfants dans le respect de leur dignité et leurs droits fondamentaux. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the representative of Algeria. And that brings us to the end of this panel. Before we say our thanks and transition, I wanted to invite Sabar in 1 minute. If you can share with us, as we said, this is one of many pathways to feed into the common position paper. And so if you can share in a minute the next steps, especially in this consultative process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Less than 1 minute. Thank you, Chair. So the next steps would be, of course, to consolidate all these priorities that we got from the respective regional economic communities. We're also inviting other regional economic communities to do so. Like the Honorable Chair said, this is a series of activities all the way to forging a common position on ending violence against children. And we are hoping to convene a continental conference sometime in September, where we bring member states and all other stakeholders to really define what that is. Because initially, like I said, this was a major lesson that we got from the first ministerial conference, where the continent, especially the member states, participated just as implementers of the predefined global agenda. With this common position, we want to change that. We want to be the co-creator of the global architecture of the end violence against children. And so the next steps would be, like I said, consolidating the priorities that we collected from the RECs and inviting other more, and convene the main continental conference on September. And then we want to also follow up with endorsement of ministers of the common position, And then, of course, we go to Manila in November with that common voice and common position to present Africa as a unified voice. Over to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Sabar. Thank you to all of our panelists from the RECs, but also from the government of Uganda, as well as civil society and the important work that you do as well. So we say thank you, and thank you to all of you for being here with us. Again, this is an important process in terms of having a coherent, but very much a common position paper that speaks to the context in Africa and our realities, leveraging our strengths, but also recognizing the gaps and the challenges that we need to do and address, especially in terms of inter-RECs collaboration. At this point, this particular panel is adjourned, and I will hand it back to Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Satan, for your excellent moderation. As we conclude this panel on strengthening consultation mechanism with the regional economic communities and all the stakeholders here with us, one message stands out with clarity: our strategy lies in unity. Violence against children is a shared challenge that transcends borders. It therefore demands a coordinated, coherent, and collective response. Working in silos will not deliver the change we seek. Only joint forces, sustained collaboration, and a common vision will. As we prepare for the upcoming Ministerial Conference on Violence Against Children, we must speak with one voice, a unified African voice grounded in our shared commitments and responsibilities. In this regard, I wish to underscore the importance of building on the outcomes of the Bogota Ministerial Conference on Violence Against Children. The pledges made by state parties must not remain declarations of intent. They must be followed by concrete actions, measurable progress, and accountable follow-up mechanisms. Let us therefore reinforce our consultation frameworks with regional economic communities, with our partners, with all the stakeholders, align our strategies, and ensure systematic monitoring of commitments at national, regional, and international levels. The credibility of our efforts will be measured by, not by what we say, but what we deliver for children. Let us move forward together, aligned and resolute. Thank you, and this session is closed for today. I hand over to the Secretariat. Thank you for more announcements.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Chair of the panel and distinguished panelists for this very interesting session. We now close for today, and we will continue our proceedings tomorrow morning starting from 9 o'clock. And we will be starting our day with the consideration of the State Party report from the Republic of Kenya. Then we will proceed with two final presentations that we will be having as part of our open session deliberations. That will be a presentation from CPF on terror, security, and childhood in Africa, why counter-terrorism must put children first. And then there will be a presentation from Save the Children International on the guidance on how to report on environment and climate change issues, mainstreaming that in the reporting cycle within the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. As we end the day today here, but we will proceed with the side events that we have. There will be one side event on education as a form of reparation for children affected by conflict, which is going to be here in this same room, which is organized by Neiman Foundation and the Global Survivors Fund. There is another, concurrently at the same time, another side event, which is going to be held online, hosted by UNFPA. So you are all invited to participate in these side events in line with your areas of interest. Thank you so much, and enjoy your evening, your side events, and then see you at 9 o'clock to follow the discussions that we're going to have with the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
attendance